We're going to call this meeting to order, please. Marnie, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Mark Gregg.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin. Here. Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. All right. I've asked Mo to lead us, the firefighter there, to lead us in the pledge. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is Coach Hammond in here still? Can you say a quick prayer, Tony? I know I put you on the spot, but...
All right. Purely extemporaneous. Let's still bow together. Father, thank you so much for tonight, and thank you for this board, and I pray that you'll bless each member of our council, each citizen of the village. We pray more wisdom and for your perfect will to be done in this community, and thank you for this community, the beautiful place we live. Pray your blessing over this meeting tonight in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Coach. Coach, Pastor. I think you're more a coach right now, right? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So we're going to move on. Council, any requests for deletions or emergency additions? Anybody? Okay. Henry?
Under the consent agenda, some people can discuss it with tab 4, 5, 6, and 7. I would like to remove it from the consent agenda so that we can have public comment for 4, 5, 6, and 7, please.
Okay, anybody else? Vice Mayor, anything? No? Okay. Mark, anything? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, staff would request that tab Y related to the purchase of the church property get moved to Thursday. We've been working diligently with the attorneys for the church on the purchase and sale agreement. There's just like a couple minor things that we need to iron the language out for, but we're confident that we should have it ready for Thursday. So if we could just move that to the Thursday meeting, that would be great. Okay,
Council, are we okay with that? Okay. And where's Ty Harris? Is he still here? Because I think he was here for. Okay, you understand that, right? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. So all right. So there's no other additions and deletions. We're going to move this to Thursday. Okay, with that said, we're going to move to reports, presentations, and announcements. So tab 1 is the proclamation declaring May 19th through the 25th as Emergency Medical Services Week. Chief, did you have something with that?
My crew's here to receive it, sir.
Okay, well, where is it? Marnie, do we have something we're giving to him?
I was unaware that we were doing this, so I do not have a presentation copy, but you could read the proclamation from your packet.
Okay. All right. If we want to do that, we can do that then. Okay. EMS Week proclamation to designate the week of May 19th through the 25th, 2024, as Emergency Medical Services Week. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical service teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventive medicine, follow-up care, and access telemedicine, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical service teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating the Emergency Medical Services Week now. Therefore, I, Joseph B. Pender III, Mayor of Alamorada Village of the Islands, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through the 25th of 2024 as Emergency Medical Services Week. The 50-year anniversary of EMS Week theme is EMS Week, honoring our past, forging our future. I encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Thank you, guys. Would you guys like to come forward? Hey, hold on 1 second, man. Somebody's going to, he said, I got to give it to you. I signed it, so. Come on, all of you.
Oh, all of it.
Trying to sneak out of here, man. That's what we thought. Okay, who's going to receive it?
I'll just get it.
All right, well, here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you guys for what you do. Here, let our manager get a picture of it. Right over here.
It's election year.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're moving on to tab 2, which is nope. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself here. All right, so we got that done. Chief Abel, okay, you were supposed to introduce the proclamation, but that's okay. How about Richard Clark? Is Richard here from Monroe County? Come on up, young man.
Thank you. I like that. Young man, that's awesome. So I'm Richard Clark. I've spoken to almost all of you at one point or another. I was here not quite a year ago when we talked a little bit about a big picture of what we were doing. I can do this any way you want. I brought in like a very short PowerPoint I can run through that kind of gives you the outcome of our existing condition study, or you guys can look at that on your own anytime you want, and we can get right into the meat of our on-demand service that we're working for. It's entirely up to you.
Council,
Let the people see it.
okay,
Okay?
okay, go for it.
That way? Which way am I going here? There we go. Okay, so we spent $350,000-ish as a county to look at the entire county and what our system looked like today. You really can't build anything unless you really know how it's working or not working. And so that's what we took a really good look at. And when I say really good look, we thousands of hours, thousands of people, one-on-one interviews, surveys. The idea behind the effort was, again, let's figure out how it's working, why it's working, who's writing, why they're writing, all of those things. We need all that empirical data to understand a system that works for the Keys. And so everybody I know says, hey, you're a lot like the Roaring Fork Valley, which is Aspen, Colorado. And then I talk to the guys out there, and they see a 125-mile-long single road in, and they want to throw up. They don't know how to deal with that, with 20-something bridges, and so we have our own set of issues that are just because of the geography in which we live. I'm not going to read all this. I have a thing I don't read PowerPoints as Rule 1. Really what we want to do is kind of take our performance measures, figure out how to make them right. What does a fleet look like? What does a right-sized fleet look like? Currently, today, we have basically exploded in growth post-COVID. We have an enormous socioeconomic challenges, most of it with housing. For years, housing and affordability was the #1 concern in the county when we do our biannual look at what's important to people. And the past 2 years, that's flipped. And now transit and transportation, figuring out how to get around, has become #1. Housing is still a very close second. But there are ways that we can bring those two things together from a transit perspective, which is the idea. So most people, you can see, some of this was news to me. Most people using the system get it to go to work, not a surprise. What was a surprise was the number of people that pay cash for their ride. That's 70% is an unheard of number. That's a big number. And as you build, that's a challenge we have to figure out. So we have a lot of unbanked folks that just simply have no other way to pay other than cash. So we have to work through that in order to figure out how to build a system. So our challenges are simple. Not that they're simple to solve, but they're simple. We have a little bit of a disconnect, obviously, in Marathon. And Key West is doing a lot of what Islamorada has done. They recognize that we need some things, and so you try. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to reach and try to make it better for your community. And so they're doing that with some on-demand service that they've tried. They're doing it with some rush hour service that they've tried. And some of it works. They're willing to try to make it work and change if it needs to be changed. So our first and primary goal is to shorten this piece. This is the starting point for us. It's offering services. The first one to ever offer us local service was Islamorada. First one to do it. And that's what we want to do. We want to mirror that. That's a service that just hasn't been offered throughout the Keys and really needs to be. Plus, it's how we get people to and from the commuter service when it's working. Not when you have to wait 2.5 hours for a bus, but when it's working. So when you see like plans locally, we did what we were supposed to do. We took a hard look. I have to constantly coordinate with FDOT and USDOT, which is part of the plan, mainly because overseas is a state road. So if we want anything positive out of that, we have to work with FDOT. Oh, by the way, FDOT is slated probably in the next 5 to 10 years, I'm going to say $2 to $2.5 billion worth of work in Monroe County. It's an unbelievable investment they're putting in our county. And everywhere I go, I sing their praises. They are unbelievable partners for Monroe and really want to help us at all levels of transit and our road system and our infrastructure. Just as a plug for them, I think May 16th is their public meeting for the 7-mile bridge, PD&E, that's getting it started. And then in 2026 is going to be this, which is in your backyard, the Snake Creek PD&E will start. So they'll have that same public, but you should kind of be thinking now, We have reconstituted, this is an aside from all this, the Transportation Master Planning Group, and which is an elected from each municipality and one from the county. I staff it for everyone. We are rebuilding a list of priorities to present to FDOT. They have asked us to do that on an annual or biannual basis. The first 12 have all been looked at, either completely done by FDOT, predominantly completely done by FDOT. Some of them I bore when I came here from a county perspective, and others were simply, that doesn't work, which is great. I mean, a no is an answer. Whether you like, a no is an answer, we can move on. So it's now time to reconstitute that. And I'm going to ask everyone, and we'll be here in the community a lot as well. There is no bad idea, but we need to know them all. And then we will debate internally as a group, hey, this is what's important to us. We will take that list back to each municipality and to the county electeds. And you guys will decide this is what's important to us, and we will do the same. And then we'll all get back together, present a master list to FDOT. The process worked great. FDOT loved it that we did it, and they changed their priorities as a result. So we have a few operating scenarios. The big number is operating, and that's down the road. We're starting with a turnkey system, which is what you guys have done with Freebie. I have already applied for a grant from USDOT for 30 transit vans, all electric transit vans. That's what the administration's giving. Whether you're for or against, that's the only thing they're giving money towards. So there would be 5 zones throughout the Keys that we would do that. Obviously, Islamorada would be one of them. You see, these are the 5 zones. It's based entirely on need and population. So it's completely numbers driven. And as we grow and build this, what it'll do, again, is allow Key West to pull some of its buses that are doing the service now back onto our roads so that we can eliminate longer wait times. We've got a significant capital investment. Again, most of that, I always go to the state and the federal government to help us with capital costs. They love capital dollars. It's operating dollars that they prefer not to be on the hook for. So we're going through it. We're applying for a lot of them. The latest grant I'm working on now that the FDOT and FTA have very much encouraged us to pursue is an inter-island ferry service, not Miami into the Atlantic Ocean, but from Islamorada to Marathon to Key West, smaller, Bayside, making it up as we go, something that would stop here, stop in Marathon at a city facility, and then maybe Key West Bight. Probably wouldn't take you any longer than it would in a car. So and every human on that ferry is a human that's not on our road. So it's a home run for us. So we're working on this every day, state, local, federal. We're working on some other designations. I've got to see if we can do it. There are some ways where we can get the state, if we get the right designation, where we can get 100% funding from the state instead of 50-50. But that requires some work with our DEO office, our what are they called? Yes, them, Florida Commerce. Thank you. I say all that to say we're working. It's lightning pace for government work. The government wasn't built for lightning pace. I learned long ago government is a service-based industry, and the people that need our services the most are the people that can least afford to pay for the service. So that's just kind of the way our machine is built. We have recently finished an RFP process for microtransit, eerily similar to what you guys have up here. We had 5 respondents. The winning bid was unanimous. The number 1 was unanimous. Second and third flip-flopped, but number 1 was unanimous across the top. Freebie just frankly put a better proposal together than everybody. So as I did talk to people prior to the RFP going out, there's a really good chance that after we go through our process, we're in the same place you guys are here. I understand I wrote a very, very tight RFP on what my expectations are. And from a management perspective, it's going to fall to me to manage. We are going through our contract process now with our policymakers, like you, where they will approve our contract at our next meeting, we hope. I know what our goal is to start just like you and understand what works and doesn't work for Stock Island, Key West. It's our dipping our toe in just like you did. We're going to learn, and it'll move a little bit, I'm sure, depending on what our needs are, which are frankly going to be different. That's why we're doing on-demand systems. They work really well in rural environments like this. Smaller populations work really well with an on-demand, curb to curb. I don't know that everybody understands the difference. It is not door to door like an Uber. We are not a TNC. It is also not free for us. Free for me would be really painful for Key West Transit, and frankly, as the transit director for the county, I don't believe in free. I pay something. So it'll be $2 a person, just like getting on a big bus. These will just be smaller. It's still a fabulous deal, and it's safe. So I wanted you guys to know where we were in our process. I expect us to, my hope is, early July, we'll be starting our service, working hand in hand with Key West Transit so we don't disrupt what they're working on. I know I've talked to the group we have to deal with at FDOT from a funding perspective. You, the policymakers, and I, and a lot of the elected officials, have a couple of things that we have some pending deadlines. The number one deadline as FDOT sees it, is your acceptance of the grant that you currently have. Their deadline is June 30. That's their deadline. And FDOT, trust me, we all know, they don't turn it around in a day. You realistically need to, in the next week or so, you need to decide whether or not you want to do this. You have to decide, or that's going to go away. And then that doesn't stop you from applying by the end of the week for the next round of funding. But it does, the continuity is gone from an FDOT perspective. It's a 3-year plan, essentially. It's not a 3-year plan, but it's a 3-year plan. And if you make a substantive change, they view a substantive change as hours of operation, number of vehicles, changing your geofencing, any of those things, your 3-year clock resets. So you've done a good job of positioning yourselves to accept the grant you have today and reapply as year 2 of this service as you've tweaked it. But step 1 is, do you want the grant you have? And that's a policy decision. That's not on us. And then step 2, again, a policy decision. Do you want staff to pursue the next round of funding? I can tell you we are pursuing the next round of funding. If the long-term goal is, and I would applaud it, is to say, hey, we're not in the business of transit per se. We really need someone who is in the business of transit to take a good look, and let's see how we build a partnership. I've talked to Rob a little bit about it. I think the right methodology in anything like that is you, the elected officials, need to say, this is what we want to do. When I say this, I mean, do we do a partnership? What do we do? You instruct your village manager, this is what we want to do, and he and my county administrator get together. Obviously, I'll talk through and tell them the nuances. And then we go back to our policymakers. We go to our county commission. Rob comes back to you because you might not like the deal that we came up with sitting around a table. So at any time on a decision like that, when we're talking about mirroring government entities together or having one of us, we always want to help, and we're always here to help. But at the end of the day, you're the 5 people elected. And so we, staff members, city and county administrators, take our marching orders from you. So I leave it with that. And I'm happy to answer any questions about our process or what we think is going on, but
Go ahead.
Nice to see you, by the way.
nice seeing you.
We've spoken over the phone several times, but this is the first time we met in person.
I sound taller than I am.
I'm with the understanding that in order for us to apply for the grant, which will give us additional years, there's two things that has to be considered. Number one, it's timely in the sense of the word that it has to be into the DOT by the end of June. And in order for it to be in by the end of June, we have to make our mind up by the 10th of June or something very close to it, because the paperwork is very involved. And if we apply for it late, that presents a problem. Number one. Number two, if we apply for the grant and get it, is that money or those monies used by you as well, or you're just on your own representing the whole county, and does our grant figure into what you want to do?
So, two things. The first, I would tell you, my conversations with FDOT is they would like your decision yesterday
Right?
on their process. Our application for the grant has no bearing on your application for the grant, at least today. I know FDOT, also likes communities working together. They just do. They think it builds a better system. So that's been their track record for quite a while. So I've already offered help on any way, shape, or fashion I can help your team any way I can, building the right grant and making it look right. I will tell you that, as long as we do it properly, it's not a big document. It's online now. They don't even accept paper. As long as we fill it out properly, as long as we meet the criteria, they're going to give you your second and third years of your service.
So you're proposing to use our freebie, which I believe you're all about to use in Stock Island and Key West, am I correct?
We put out an RFP, and Freebie was the selected entity, yes.
Now, if you were to take over the service countywide, and hopefully you would like to improve and incorporate us as well, I have that
Absolutely. You are
understanding.
definitely one of the 5, for sure,
Right,
yes.
I understand that. One of my major questions is, who's going to pay for it?
Well, the countywide service, we're on the hook for the vehicles. We're the ones that we apply for the grant, and we would spread that out throughout. We'd have an MOU with every city in order to operate in those cities. And we haven't gotten that far. I mean, I will tell you, the bus stop perspective, we would build, own, and maintain. That was always our thought. Bus system changes, infrastructure changes, rideshare changes. So I don't have a good hard answer on how it gets paid for. I will tell you, what normally happens is if there is not a countywide funding source, whatever that may be. In North Florida, they have a gas tax that they use, a penny, because they got all their tolls taken away. Voters voted on it. So that's their funding mechanism for the entire county, including the 3 beach cities. If it doesn't have a dedicated funding source like that, you talk to each municipality and you say, what can you do? How do you want to do it? Let's figure out a way to work together. Our job is to make it incredibly efficient and help everybody in the community. And if there is no other way, you have to talk to each municipality. So other than that, I don't know of another way to fund it.
So if we were to initiate your proposal, we would save a lot of money. Alamorada would save a lot of money, is that correct?
I would imagine you'd save money. That's the whole idea of doing it, is you'd save money.
Yes, I know
Yeah.
that.
Economies of scale minimally, yeah.
Be less complicated.
Yes, it would be less complicated. When is your proposal as to when you would like to begin, if you get our support?
So I haven't even begun my own service. So what I'd like to see is our service start. You make whatever decision you think is in the best interest of Almirada with respect to the service you currently have, and allow the administrators and my county commission to say, hey, if we indeed you make that decision, how do we work together and build the best mousetrap? For the long haul, if the USDOT says, yes, Monroe County, go do good, here's the money for your 30 vehicles, then everything gets much easier. Now we're county-wide. The county will manage, obviously, 100% of that system. It becomes far more homogeneous. So those are two different things. One's very short-term, one's longer-term. But you as a elected body need to make those decisions first. I have to get my sea legs under me, and we have to, government doesn't move at a lightning pace. We would need direction from you internally, and then I would need direction from my elected officials too. I don't get to arbitrarily make a decision like that. Those 5 elected people would.
Well, just for information, how many vehicles do you anticipate using in Stock Island and Key West?
5.
5.
Yes.
And cover that amount of property.
Mile marker. 3.
So we personally have 3, I believe, operating here. It's reasonable to assume that it would be 3 for here as well? Just a guess.
Just a guess, but it could be 3. Here's the nice thing is we can pull all that data and figure out what the right number is, and that's what we're planning on doing, because we did find some things in our existing conditions study, like everybody assumes like there's this big surge really early in the morning, but in Key West the surge is actually about 10. It's not early in the morning, because that's when all the service industry is flooding in and all the bars and restaurants are opening, and even in the hotels, that's where the surge is.
Right.
So just a little, and every locale is going to be different.
Well, it's a little early to get down to the finer points.
100%.
And I understand that as well. But it's your hope, I suspect, to gain the support from the rest of the county.
Oh, absolutely.
what I
Absolutely.
thought.
I'm on the traveling road show as we speak.
The other thing that again, we're ahead of the time, but there are people that $2 a ride is a problem. Have you given any thought to subsidizing a certain percentage of low-income people to be more economic for them, if not free, of the $2? Just a conversation. Is anybody thought about that?
So most systems have free and reduced rides for seniors, for people that are attending school, but there's normally a mechanism where there's something tangible you can tie to it. But there are lots and lots and lots of
That's been
ways.
used elsewhere that
It's used all over the country. Sure. Yeah.
just to satisfy the situation. I conclude.
Okay, all right. Richard, Council, we have anybody else would like to talk to Richard? Any questions? I just want to say thank you. I've talked to David Rice, Commissioner Rice, at length about this, and I think we're all excited about what you're doing, and it makes really good sense for us to work together with you. We can streamline this. You guys are on it. You have a great relationship with FDOT. So it only makes sense for us to try to work this out together, and it's going to be cheaper for all of us. And it's going to be more efficient,
Yep. From my perspective, it's the better system we build, the more confidence people will have in the system and the more people that will ride our system. That's always the goal.
Yeah, and I like the idea of the ferry too, that you just talked
It'll
about.
become, I've never seen FDOT and the FTA both kind of excited and about that prospect, and told us we could actually use the numbers already from the Fort Myers Marco Island ferry as part of our effort, which just helps our funding. So it's good stuff.
So can we just ask Rob to sort of summarize your next steps and what you're hearing from Richard Clark?
Okay, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Sure. I just want everyone on the council to be aware that I've been in contact with the Florida Department of Transportation, both with respect to the grant award notification that they sent us in August of last year and the timing for getting that back to them, as well as the potential to modify some of the terms and conditions of that original agreement, which was predicated on the idea that we would have cars running for longer periods of time than what we have now. Those conversations are ongoing, and FDOT is accepting of our ability to get back to them with respect to that prior grant award not later than June 12th. So that gets us past the June 11th meeting, time to do some additional research and bring that back with a staff recommendation to council at our June meeting, and then it would be returned back to FDOT the very next morning, and they've indicated to me again specifically that that timing would work for them. Additionally, when it comes to the grant application for this week, I want to have some continuing conversations with Monroe County as well as FDOT to make sure that the opportunity to apply for another round of funding is not lost, but at the same time, I don't overcommit based on the discussion that transpired last time leading to the grant application that I'm trying to modify so that we continue to have access to that funding. So. Longer term, we really appreciate the county's efforts to have a unified
Can we just do a
vision.
consensus? Are we all of us, all five of us on board? Man, I mean, this is a great thing that, coming together and figuring this out.
I think the question is for this group is going to be while we're waiting on this, because this is not going to happen within probably a couple of years on your end.
Which one?
Your whole multi-city
the
transit
long-term
system.
perspective, I mean, best case scenario would be this time next year. Best case. If everything went absolutely perfectly, but the shorter term discussions with FDOT and others are, in front of you now.
So the question we have is, in the meantime, which, do we want to continue our freebie service and pay for it or get a grant for it? That's our question, which I'm sure will be outlined next month.
Well, I want to ask, I think, a same question, but in a different way. Why are we waiting to accept a grant that is going to save us money?
Right.
I think the question is, do we want to continue the service? Because that grant is a three-year grant.
Well, the answer is a little more complex. We're not accepting the grant immediately because I have to try to modify the terms and conditions of that grant with FDOT unless we are still talking about extending the hours and doing what was proposed under that initial grant application. Now, since that grant application was originally filed, we did not proceed with the service modification plan that was the foundation for that grant application. Therefore, to get to the point of accepting it, I have to have a continuing conversation with FDOT. As Monroe County has highlighted, they are anxious partners to see microtransit and last mile solutions. So I think that's a good thing working in our favor, and those conversations are playing out live as we speak. So between now and the point we meet again in June, I hope to have a very clear answer on this question and a recommendation to council that relates to acceptance of the grant that we're referring to. In the meantime, I'm going to be talking with the county and coming up with a grant application for this week, actually, that makes sense for what we're presently doing and doesn't bind us necessarily to something that I haven't received policy direction on yet to proceed with. So it's crunched a little bit by timelines that we've inherited to this point and a little bit of complexity because of what we proposed last time and then did not really do, although the service itself has been maintained at the levels it was at when that grant application was originally submitted. So I'm trying to pave the way for success in both areas, but bring it back to council in June for confirmation that the staff recommendation is consistent with council's expectations and the community's needs.
What you might not understand, and Richard, thank you for the hundreds of phone calls I've made to you and your input and what we've talked about. This man knows what he's doing, clearly. And the one thing we did talk about was that we don't need 3 cars till midnight. So I'm thinking that's what you're talking about, the adjustment, is that our service does not need to be as intense as this grant was originally done. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm thinking that's probably what it was. So as far as I'm concerned, I would let this gentleman take control of us and get on board with Monroe County, because this is the wave of the future. We have to do what's best for the community. It'll save us money. He definitely will be right on top of that ride share like we haven't been. And he'll watch every move to see what is best for everybody in the Keys, not just Alamorada. So I'm behind him 1,000,000%.
So I think that there's some consensus on that, but the issue is, how do we fund between now and when he's ready to be online, which is in the future? I mean,
That's what he's looking at.
That's what he's
exactly.
that's what
working on.
But-
Rob's
so just
working on
speak-
right now.
Right, but
Yeah.
So we'll proceed with your guidance.
Yep.
And I'd just like
Apply
to,
for the grant.
And you're going to bring it to us in June?
correct.
Okay.
In
And
the event, at any time, we change horses in a sense of the word, we can always disapply for the grant. They don't care if we use their money or not. So that option is still open without a consequence.
And I'd just like to underscore, as Mr. Clark highlighted, that part of this involves a conversation between the county administrator, myself, and they need to gain approval or agreement from their county commission with the proposal to kind of really look at this holistically as a countywide operation. So I think everyone's saying the same thing here. We're very conscious of the cost. We also want to maintain our access to grant funding to the maximum extent feasible. And yeah, I think partnerships make strong grant applications.
There's
and-
strength in numbers, there's no
Yes,
question about
absolutely.
it.
And reduce cost opportunities from, synergistic effects, yes.
Yeah. Richard, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for everything you're doing. And I know I've talked to the mayor, and I mean, everything, you guys are working on it, consistently and what's the other word I want to use? I mean, you're going for it. We know we're going to see a good product.
Just a little bit of luck from the feds, and we'll be off to the races.
Okay. All right. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, Rob, you're going to give us a little update on the baseball field update, schools?
Well, I'm going to invite Mr. Lapierre from Monroe County School District up to update us on the status of the school's plans when it comes to developing a prospective plan for renovating the field, and specifically what they're envisioning in terms of collaboration with the Village of Islamorada, our village council, and gaining some public input and engagement in shaping that concept that would then come back for approval to this village council as well as the school board. So Mr. Lapierre, thank you so much for taking time from your schedule. I understand you had another meeting at the school district, so I'm glad that you were able to make it this evening, and kindly relate to us what your plans are. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cole. The timing worked out amazingly. They just banged the gavel in the school board meeting here about 5 minutes ago, so the timing was awesome. Mr. Mayor, council members, let me first start out by thanking you once again for giving us the opportunity to come up and present to you so you can understand fully what it is the school wants to do with regard to the Founders Project. The school board and the village have had a long history of collaboration and cooperation, and we don't see any reason that will continue into the future. As you may recall, I came and presented in front of this group back in December when I provided an overview with what the Coral Shores program requested with regard to the improvements at Founders Park to the baseball field. After much discussion, it was the direction of the council at that time, one, to hold a community town hall meeting, and two, to come back to you with an updated, renewed interlocal agreement. So on March 4th of this year, village staff actually facilitated a town hall meeting here in this building that a couple of you were in attendance for. And we are open to conducting more of those, as many of those as you feel is appropriate moving into the future. 2 weeks ago, the new village manager, Mr. Cole, and Superintendent Axford and I sat down to, at his request, to kind of bring him up to speed on what the high school is requesting with regard to improvements at Founders Park to the baseball field. And also to develop a plan moving forward to continue to see if we can move this project forward. It was that meeting, it was decided to come before you tonight to bring that interlocal agreement that you asked for last time I was here. And that's kind of the sole focus for us tonight, is just to move forward with the interlocal agreement. If we can get across that small hurdle, the next step would be to come back to you with the licensing agreement, which would be referenced in this document and a part of this document that would detail what the baseball program would use the field for, as well as detail that scope of work we talked about last time with regard to the improvements. This would be that next opportunity for us to talk about that scope of work. If, in fact, we are able to move forward with the licensing agreement, we would then return to the council with that contract that I brought you the last time we were here, because that gets us across the goal line with regard to starting the design process. I'll remind you, like I told you last time, there is no current plan. There is no current design. That happens once we move forward with the contract, and my guess is within about a week or so of approving that contract, we would assemble a design team that would obviously involve representation from the school district and from the school, but also from village staff, and if so desired, even members of the community could be part of that design team. Very early on in that process, within a month or two, we would then be able to come to you with a conceptual design of what this project would look like, and would come back to you multiple times after that, after each phase of design, to receive input, receive direction, any guidance you have with regard to what goes into that park or doesn't go into that park. Once we get through all of those steps, then we would move forward with the project, but not until we get through all of those steps do we go anywhere on this project. We cannot move forward without this project, every step of it, being approved by both the school board and the village council. It is our plan to continue to be as transparent and cooperative as possible throughout the process. I look forward to continuing to work with Mr. Cole and take his guidance on how to engage with this council, because we want nothing more than the success of this project, not only for the Coral Shores athletic program, but for the citizens of Almirada. And with that, I can take questions.
Council, any questions? No? Mr. Cole, you got anything else?
No, sir, not on this topic. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all for coming. Okay, Peter, do you want to talk to us about Canal 147?
Okay, yes. Good evening, Council. So Frank's going to pull up a presentation, brief presentation I'm going to show tonight. So as you may be aware, the village is planning on moving forward with a canal restoration project at Canal 147. That's the canal in between Atlantic and La Serra lanes on Lower Matacumbe. And tonight I'm going to introduce the topic of a proposed new special assessment that we are proposing to fund a certain component of this canal restoration project, which I'll brief you on tonight. So just to remind you, Council, of why we're doing, or the main reasons we are doing these canal restoration projects is because of our status within the area of critical state concern. In 2020, the governor and cabinet did create a new rule which implemented a canal restoration work program, and that is included within our comprehensive plan now. And that work program does provide the framework and the accountability for completing these restoration projects. And we do have to report back annually every year to the state on our accomplishments with these work program tasks. So one of those tasks that we had to complete was to establish a system to evaluate all of the canals within the village, which there are 63 of, and to rank those canals in terms of which canal was most in need of restoration down to which canal was least in need of restoration, and then to identify which type of restoration technology was most appropriate for each one of those canals. Those technologies are shown there. We did complete that task. We published a document. I was back in 2021 with all this canal information, and that is available on our website. So this is just a ranking list of the top 17 canals on our list, with most in need of restoration, working our way down. I know that's very small there. What you can see in the red triangle there, that is Canal 147, the canal we're talking about tonight. So that was ranked as the canal most in need of restoration, with the technology of a weed gate or weed curtain, an organic removal, and a backfilling, with an estimated cost that was back in 2021 of about $2.3 million. So this is an image of Canal 147, and why was it ranked highest on the list? Well, because it consistently had some of the poorest water quality readings and water quality index out of any canal in the village. You can see from this image the color of this water. This is a common occurrence, unfortunately, within this canal. So these two photos here were sent to me by residents along the canal. You can see that photo on the left. This canal does receive seriously high levels of the sargassum in the summer and fall when the sargassum is present due to the geometry of the canal and its orientation to the ocean. When the sargassum loads are heavy, comes into the canal, this canal does not have good flow. The sargassum gets trapped in the back of the canal. It starts sinking and decomposing. It leads to those conditions you can see there on the right, that photo on the right. I did not alter this photo at all. Residents sent it to me just like this. They wrote in there, they pointed or highlighted a red triangle and wrote in there, clear blue ocean beyond shallow canal entry. So not only is this water foul looking, but it's also foul smelling when it gets like this. I've visited this canal numerous times. That hydrogen sulfide smell that's emitting from the decomposing sargassum it's just terrible. So it's not a great way for this community or the folks in this community to live. So another one of the important criteria we use for ranking canals is the homeowner's willingness to participate in a canal restoration project and their support for it. And the support from this community here has been excellent. I've been working with them for years now to try and get a project implemented, and they're very much in support of moving forward with this. So what do we have planned at Canal 147? Well, we are planning on an organic removal first, which is removing that silt layer, that muck that's accumulated at the bottom of the canal. We're planning on a backfilling with the crushed limestone rock, just like we did at Canal 116. That's the photo shown here. And we're also proposing an air curtain at the mouth of the canal to reduce the amount of weed and sargassum from coming into the canal. We have secured a $2.5 million grant to the DEP Stewardship Program to fund the full cost of this project, from design through construction, including monitoring. So to talk more about the air curtain, that's where we're going with this assessment. So the grant funds everything up to the point of funding for the ongoing operation and maintenance of an air curtain system. This is the canal just to the south of 147. This is the Matacumbi Resort property on the right, which does have an air curtain in place right now. The village actually maintains this. We installed it, actually twice. Following Irma, it was destroyed. But it's pretty simple equipment. It's really some air compressors. You can see them on the right, just air pumps. Air is pressurized through those hoses. There's diffusers at the bottom of the canal with air bubbles come up, and it's actually the bubbles that are preventing or limiting the amount of sargassum and other weed from getting into the canal. It is electric though, right? So there are electrical service charges with this, and of course there's parts, so there's routine maintenance and repairs. So that's what we're talking about here with this proposed assessment, is funding these operation and maintenance costs. This is an image aerial view from the property appraiser's office showing the properties that we would be discussing here. Again, this is Atlantic and Lacera Lanes. We do have a model for this because the county has done exactly what we're proposing here. They created a new taxing district or a special assessment for a canal that operates and maintains an air curtain. So we're kind of basing our models after them. So here's some costs. This is the first time I'm showing costs. We have a very good idea of the operation costs of this, just because the village does have, and we do maintain, a number of these air curtains, and because of the county project as well. So we're looking at about, these are annual costs there in that box. Operation and maintenance, $16,000, maybe a little bit over. We would be working with a firm, Answer Advisory. That's a consulting firm that the village uses for its assessments. We use them for our solid waste assessment and our stormwater assessment. It's also the firm that the county uses. So there would be a fee associated with that, which we would integrate into the assessment. There would be a statutory discount fee also associated with this. Answer does very much recommend including contingency costs. There's a tax collector's fee, and they also recommend a village administration fee. This is exactly what the county does. So we total that up. We're looking at about $22,500 annual cost for the residents to operate this system. We want to divide that somehow equally amongst the residents. There are 18 parcels affected here and 22 lots, meaning that 4 of those parcels contain 2 lots. So if we divide that by 18 parcels, each property would be looking at $1,250 per year. If we want to divide that by lots or assess by lots, it'd be about $1,000 a year. So we're looking at, say, between $1,000, $1,250 a year for each property owner for this assessment. Okay, next steps with this. So staff, we'll be holding a virtual meeting in 2 days with the residents, but this is not going to be a surprise to them. We've been discussing this with them for 2 years now, but what we haven't shown them yet is the estimated costs, because we just kind of figured those out. So wanted to present that to the council first. So you guys were the first ones to hear about it. Wasn't a surprise to you. So we will be doing that on Thursday. After that, the way we're going to handle this, the same way the county handled it, we're going to ask them to vote. We will send them a certified mailed letter asking them to vote whether they want to participate in this new assessment and in this new tax. If greater than 50% of the people come back and say yes, they support it, they want us to move forward with it, then we'll move forward with it. If it's less than 50%, we won't do it. If in fact the residents do vote to move forward with it, there are a couple legal steps that we have to take. One of those is to publish and run a notice of intent for 4 weeks on the proposed new assessment program. And then council, it will ultimately be up to you if you want to move forward with this. There has to be a resolution. That's another legal step we have to take to support or create this new ad valorem assessment. So tonight, we're not asking you to vote on this. Just wanted to point out this is going on. We do want to move forward with this. We do have a proposal from Answer that with that fee, which would get integrated into the assessment, but we do need their assessments. I think there's actually a legal reason, too. We need to use a consulting firm. I know John knows more about that. So that's it. Just wanted to update you on that. And if there's any concerns or questions at this time, I'd be happy to answer them.
Council, any questions for Peter? All right, Peter, good job, man. All right, thank you, sir. All right, with that being said, we're going to open general public comment. So if you're here and you're not speaking on a tab, you can, Marnie, do we have any takers?
We sure do. We have, first up, Roland Moore.
Roland Moore from Lower Matacumbe Key. On behalf of myself and my numerous neighbors on Lower Matacumbe, we were absolutely horrified by the recent outrageous political witch hunt in the news last week, levied by former Councilwoman Deb Gillis against one of our finest ever councilmen, Henry Rosenthal. The allegation contained outright lies regarding an alleged conflict of interest, giving terrible publicity and public censure and reprimand. Deb Gillis herself should be censored for her false accusations, and I would ask the court or council to give Henry back his $2,500. assessed against him, among other concessions. As a lawyer, I can tell you you're innocent until proven guilty. I was appalled at the fact that Henry would have had to spend about $50,000 to fight this outrageous allegation. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty, who's next?
Next up is Alina Davis.
Alina Davis, Plantation Key. First, I want to thank Mr. Cole for coming to the Parks and Rec meeting. It was a pleasure meeting you. You do seem to be a very thoughtful and intelligent person, and I pray that you maintain your positivity throughout these procedures. Since the church issue has been tabled till Thursday, can I make a comment about that?
Council, John, can we? Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not on this agenda, yeah.
Go ahead, Alina.
Okay. Whether you're for or against it, I really want you to think about, do we need to spend another $4 million of Islamorada residents' money to purchase another piece of property? I understand that maybe a library could go in there, as Sharon has said in the past, but we already own the Island Silver and Spice property. We could build a library there. It's more central to the location for all the citizens. It certainly has a huge population, both north and south. What would really be the point of buying the church property? Is it to keep CVS from purchasing it and moving their location to be closer to Publix? Well, that's not really fair, is it? You know, to keep an industry, a commercial endeavor from buying a property just because you may not want it there. It's $4 million of our money, and you all have been entrusted to be the stewards of our money. So please give that really serious thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, who's next, please?
Next up is Van Cadenhead.
Good evening, Council. I'm Van Cadenhead from Islamorada. And I'd like to first say how happy I am that Islamorada was the point man on the community transport scene with our freebie deal that we've had going for a couple years. People have seen it work, and now the county's interested in it and going countywide with it. So I'm just very happy for the people on the staff, on the dais, and in the community that pushed to have this happen, because we have become leaders in community transport now, and we should strive to remain there as the leader of Monroe County in other ways than that. And I'm also like to congratulate the staff and Mr. Cole and those of you on the dais who pushed for this after-action report, because the after-action report is very thorough, very informational, truthed, and every citizen of Islamorada should read it before the next meeting and before this meeting. This thing here was available online, but a lot of people didn't know what to look for or where to look for it. So I would ask that anybody with a computer would download this to find out the status of our apparatus, because it's a very important thing. And being happy with those things, I was not particularly happy with the discussion of the $1.7 million pavilion that we've decided that we're going to build, which to my way of thinking is just ridiculous. And so I came up with an idea for the flag contest. We could have a clown in a dunce cap sitting on a jackass on a purple background with the Village of Idiots, Isla Morana, under it. Because this is a waste incredible waste of money and time that we're being asked to spend. And we want a sister city. Well, I think we should choose Twinsburg, Ohio. I think we have a whole lot in common with Twinsburg, Ohio, that we should recognize and understand, and the people in Islamorada should recognize and understand. So with that being said, I would encourage the staff to keep on keeping on doing what they're doing, and thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Marnie, who's next?
Next up is Deb Gillis.
Good evening, Council. Deb Gillis of Islamorada. I wanted to just speak shortly about freebie because it wasn't on an area where we have public comment. I think it's important that you go ahead and accept the grant. We're, as Richard said, 1 to 2 years out, maybe less. But in the meantime, we need to do something. By accepting the grant, you can change things as you're going forward. Rob is working hard trying to catch up and figure out what we can do and what we can't do. But even the existing terms that we turned in saves money of the tune of $65,000, if I remember right, over a course of a year. Can Richard save us more money by combining with them? Most likely. But in the meantime, we have, as Van said, we have been a leader and they've chosen kind of our program. They're going to modify it, but that's what we do as we go forward. So this by accepting this grant 1, it doesn't mean that you can't change grant 2 or grant 3 and work forward. It just starts saving you some money on what we have existing. I believe that if you talk to Jason from Freebie, you could probably alter the contract and start charging the $2 now. I'm not exactly in favor of that, but if that's what the program's going to be, I think you could probably do that starting sooner than later. And as for putting 3 cars on the road when we really don't need it, the original plan of that was a test program to find out where that traffic is. And those figures would help Richard going forward know that Islamorada is different or not different, and that 10 o'clock does hold, or no, we really need the 8 o'clock, or we do have a lot of midnight traffic. We don't know that. We've never had enough cars to even test that. And that's all I have to say about freebie at this point of time. I wasn't going to, but I will make a short comment about the ethics investigation. That was an investigation. I just took the facts forward. They investigated it. The ethics board is the one that did those figures, not me. The board is the one that found the facts and published the facts. That wasn't me. I just said maybe they should look. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, who's next?
Next up, we have a Zoom with David Hilker. Okay, Mr. Hilker, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. We can't hear you.
Is that an affirmative?
We can hear you now, yes.
Great. Okay, well, this is in regards to tab 9, with regards to the 5 land dedication permit allocations. I want to share my sincere thanks.
Mr. Helker, if this is for a specific tab, the comment needs to happen at that time. This is just general public comment that's not associated with any item on this agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to call back when we're on tab 9 for public comment.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Marnie, anybody else?
Yes, Don Horton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, I'm Don Horton at 47 Schooner Bay Road for Islamorada. On March 1st, the Aqueduct Authority held a public workshop on the upcoming pipeline installation on Winley Key. And many thanks to Judy Hull for coordinating that meeting. There were several members of the public at the workshop, including stakeholders, business owners, and people who just wanted to be informed on what to expect. The workshop was very informative and included a presentation from the project manager, a few brief comments from the job superintendent, and from the head of engineering from the FKA, Mr. David Hackworth. One interesting item that came out of the meeting was related to the blowouts and the leaks that we've been experiencing on the pipeline. Project manager mentioned several times that the pipeline had reached its useful life and that it was way past needing to be replaced. It was just old. After hearing these comments during the presentation, I decided to ask a question about the age and the condition of the pipe. In the past, you've been told several times that the pipe was blowing out or leaking because it had too much flow or too much pressure was being placed on the pipe. And you were also told by some that they had been given good information from people at the aqueduct that the demands placed on the pipe is the cause of the blowouts. So I asked the project manager if in fact the issue was due to too much demand on the pipe, too much pressure and too much flow. The project manager deferred to the engineer for the aqueduct to answer the question, and Mr. Hackworth answered in the negative. In fact, he said the pipe was designed for much higher pressure and much higher flow than what was being placed on the pipe. Specifically, he said the pipe was simply an old pipe that was constructed of a different kind of metal that was being used for the replacement pipe. And he said the engineers or the designers back then of the old pipe didn't use a cathodic protection and didn't take into account the harsh salt environment that we encounter here in the Keys. He assured us all that attending the meeting that they're using a newer, different steel and they're using cathodic protection and they're including that in a much better pipe and hoping that it will last much longer. So I mention this only once again to remind you that just because somebody has their own agenda, just because somebody tells you something with a straight face and with authority, certainly doesn't mean that there's merit to their comments or facts behind their comments. Perhaps we should trust but verify. Perhaps you should just consider the source. Because if you really want to know the truth, you usually just have to ask the question. Thanks.
Thank you, Don. Marnie, anybody else?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay. All right. With that being said, oh, Terry. Oh, okay. Come on, Chief.
Captain Paul doesn't like public speaking, so I told him I'd take a hit for him. Most of you guys may have seen it in the paper or seen it in social media, but 4 weeks ago, about a half hour after this meeting concluded, one of our deputies out doing his job was on a traffic stop and got hit while doing his traffic stop by a drunk driver. He has received numerous operations. He is doing well. He's in great spirits, but he has received as many units of blood as there's people in this room right now. So he's gone through a ton of surgeries. That being said, the sheriff's office has taken point, and we are doing a blood drive Thursday, right there on the frontage road between the chamber and the village admin building, and it's from 12 until 6. If you've got arm with warm blood in it, we need it, so please come out and donate, and I appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Marnie, so nobody else, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. With that being said, public comment is now closed. And Don, thank you for the update. You know, Aaron Cutler is a project manager, and he's a super guy, man. Really good guy. All right. Mayor Council Communications. Mark, I guess you're up on this one. I wanted to say one thing. I did not know about this until this morning, because my book wasn't changed until I walked in there for my briefing. So I have talked to Mr. Quick about this, and I I can't ask for this to be deferred till June because it wasn't, I had no idea until I went to my briefing this morning about this. So I don't know how the other council feel about this, but, and I'd love for Jennifer to give her a little take on this. But council itself, I'm going to leave it up to everybody else. If you want to chime in, if you want Mr. Gregg to go ahead and do it. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit triggered by like, oh my God, we're reverting back to the olden days when things came up that were a surprise because I don't know what you're talking about here. I wanted, and I asked Rob and tried to express to you that the way we sort of, in our new and improved council way, we have all of the information in front of us. It's laid out. We have a cover sheet. There's communication. So I feel comfortable coming in, knowing what the heck we're talking about. I mean, So I was a little, I'm a little alarmed here, but I mean, if you want to just do a lecture, I mean, okay, but I don't want to make any decisions. Because I'm not prepared for that, and I do not like to sit up here without full information.
Okay. That's
yeah.
why I brought this up, Elizabeth, right now. All right. So, Henry, what's your
presentation?
Okay, Vice Mayor Mahoney?
I too just got this tonight. I'm a little taken back that this looks like something that maybe Jennifer should be doing and not you. I'm sort of surprised, actually. And I like Elizabeth, am wondering what's behind this, because there usually is. So I'm questioning why we got this last minute and how fair this is to all of us. So.
Can I speak?
Of course you can. I don't think we've ever stopped you.
Pardon?
I said I've never stopped you from speaking.
I had asked that we have an item, that I have a place on the agenda reserved, and it was my understanding that should be done by Thursday. Is that right, Rob? I don't recall the exact rule, but I thought I had it in before the deadline.
The rules of procedure, I believe, indicate that a council member can add an item to the agenda by Thursday.
So I thought I met the deadline. Let's assume that I did. Rather than force it down your throats, so to speak, I hear your reluctance and your concern. I'd like to get your attention. I don't want to push this on you until you have a full chance to look at it. What would you say if we push this to Thursday? It's a discussion item. We're not going to vote.
I just need whatever can you just give me more information? Because we're receiving a set of data, but where do you want this to go? What's the story? What's the history of whatever it is?
In a nutshell. Can you do a nutshell?
I mean, or do it on Thursday, even better, so that.
I don't know how to do it in a nutshell without pissing you all off some way. Sorry for my vulgar vocabulary, but.
Is this a suggestion by you? Is that what this basically is?
I don't have an idea. I'm not going to ask you at the end to take any action. I want to present some data to you. I want to open your eyes to what we're doing, and then I would like us to have a discussion about where we want to go with some of things. That's it.
You want to let him? Just go ahead and do it now?
So can I just request for the future, because I think we were doing pretty well on this, that when we put items on the agenda, because we all have our stuff, then can we just request that we give a cover sheet with the intention? And if we need background and history, put it on there.
Right. Well,
if we need help with that.
We need to make sure that all of us have had ample time. Just what you're saying, okay, and Mark, it was nothing against you, but I brought it up with Mr. Quick at the end of our thing, and I said, hey, if since I just got this right now, not even 8 hours before the meeting, and because they renewed my book when I got in there. Okay?
It's okay.
Right.
Listen.
So go. I mean, if council is okay with it, Henry's okay, Sharon's okay with it, go ahead and.
Listen, I do not want us to make a decision based on things where we don't have all the information we need. That is the exact point of why I want to talk to you tonight. That is exactly it. So I read our agenda, and if there is a complaint that my request came late, that's on me. I accept that. But I didn't have a lot of time to put it together. Something just kind of, I don't know, light bulb went off moment, whatever you want to call it. So what kind of came to me is there was the church item that was going to come on for tonight. Now that's pushed to Thursday, so that gives us a little breathing room. That's a positive thing. We're going to talk about amending the allocation and the BPAS thing to add in the workforce units. That's related to what I want to talk about. We have other real estate acquisitions that we've made and some that we are in the process of. I'll speak about that in a moment. And then we have some upcoming, at the June meeting, I haven't seen them, but I've heard they're coming, some applications for us to approve either for BPAS or I don't think it's administrative relief. And the ones that are involved, there are several that involve hammock property. You know I'm a hammock fan. Thank you very much. But I wanted us to kind of look at this in context. So just let me give you a quick list of things. You may or may not know that we are currently negotiating to purchase the property that is straight across the street from where we're sitting, straight across the highway. It's, I don't know if it's 10 acres of land or 7 acres of land, 3 acres of water, but it's a total of 10-acre parcel. It butts up to the Plantation Lake Estates community. It's a big open piece, lots of environmental benefits to buying that. It's been listed for sale, and I believe Peter has been working with the county on us trying to acquire that, hopefully probably with some county funds or state funds through the county. So that's one transaction that's up on the table right now as we speak. You've been told about, I think you have, about the other one. That's about $6 million. It's down below Beacon Reef Condominium. It's called the Beacon Leatherman Tract. It's got multiple habitats on it, also around $6 million, hopefully with some county money to be shared there. We have the church property. Ms. Davis spoke, I thought, very appropriately and timely about the $4 million that we were contemplating on spending for that. We have budget season coming up, and I think it's important for us to think about spending money in the context of our budget, not only what we have, but where we're going with that. Public Works has been seeking a new location for their outfit, they've outgrown the back of the property here. And I love AJ, this isn't a criticism, but that's an inappropriate use for a park. That's not this is not an industrial work site. We've also purchased 2 properties, and we haven't done anything with them. We'll call them the Machado properties, the 4 that are across the road from the Marlin store at mile marker 88 or so, and then the Walgreens property. And my concern there, my feeling, my thought is, between those 2 properties, we've probably spent close to $5 million, not just on acquisition, but demolition, maintenance, other costs, holding costs. But we don't have a plan for what we're going to do with them. They've just been sitting there. The taxpayers, if I'm a taxpayer, and I am, I'm thinking, well, the government spent their money for this. What is the public purpose of that? They've been sitting there idle. If that money was in the bank, it would have been generating a return for an investor, but it's not. If we're not going to use it and we don't need it and we don't have a public purpose, let's get rid of it. And if we do get rid of it, what are we going to do with the money? All of these things come together in a related thing for what's coming next, and that is the lack of permits from BPAS. We are out. And I had asked the staff at the last minute to give me some data. I'm allowed to ask for information, and I did that. And I was curious about something because I looked at this list. You have this list. This is the BPAS list that's on the website. And I wanted to know how many of the properties on the list are at a valuation on the property appraiser's website. I know that's not an appraisal of $500,000 or more. And there was several of them. How many of them were for $1 million or more? There was a few of those. I don't know that it was an exhaustive study. I didn't burden the staff with spending a whole lot of time on that. I asked them to also look at some other vacant land properties that we might be asked to acquire if we can't permit them for something. Only on one side of Lower Matacumbe, I think it was just one side, and there were several there that were over $500,000 and several over $1 million, some even over $2 million. And so I looked at that. in light of what we have coming for our awards for administrative relief and for BPAS. I looked at those properties. Most of them are dry lot properties. They're in an environmentally sensitive area that we would ordinarily want to protect. My logic, you can call me crazy, I'm sure you do, and it's fine with me, I'm proud of it. But my way of looking at this is, why would we give these valuable awards to low-value properties with high environmental sensitivity when we have a list right in front of us of people who are going to potentially make a claim against us for a much higher value properties that may or may not have environmental sensitivity? I have not done an exhaustive study. I'm just trying to get a conversation going. I'm trying to get your attention.
Here's the thing. These people have been waiting for years, 4 years. You're talking about people for 4 years. They did everything that the village told them to do. Lot dedication, they went out and bought lots, and now you're going to remove the goalpost when they've already been told?
You are making the same argument I've been making for years. I have enormous sympathy for those folks. I was a property rights advocate as a lawyer for many years. I would have represented people like this. I'm conflicted. I am conflicted because I see that these people have done everything we've asked them to do. They've fully complied with the law. But if we give them these things, and we can do that, but what do we do about everybody else? We don't have a plan. We've never come up with a plan.
And another thing, when you just mentioned about the property there, the properties like Machado and Walgreens and stuff, the thing is, every time and I had a discussion with John Quick and Jennifer and Mr. Cole today about that. We change, just like the Phil's been going on and on and on. But we change, we put so much on our staff, and instead of being prioritizing 1, 2, 3, 4, let's get that done and then move on to the next one. But we can't even, I'm embarrassed. I've had 2 people call me about that, say, Mr. Pender, show me the dirt. We have the money, we have the crew, we do the infrastructure, we do everything. I'd be embarrassed to call them those that said they'll do everything on affordable housing, okay? But how can I do that when we can't commit to, and we do have the affordable permits.
We haven't even tried, buddy.
I know, and see, the thing is that we gotta make some strong priorities here, what is what, and do the right thing. All right.
That's what I'm asking you to do.
And the other thing is I understand that we're looking to buy all this different property, but I've had multiple phone calls, the same thing. Oh, you're taking this money off the tax roll. You're taking, what are we going to do with it, And to me, there's so much federal money and other monies to buy properties. Okay, you already know, I know somebody that's buying hundreds and thousands of acres, okay?
Well, you're right. There are those things, and I'm super grateful that you're aware of them. I think we need to come together and express the political will to get it done. And if I don't want to, it's like whack-a-mole. We'll have an opportunity that pops up, and we either buy it or don't. Bang, we take care of that. And then, we did that with the Machado properties. We've done that with Walgreens property. We might do it with 2 across the street. We might even do this with the library. But we don't have a plan. And so I want to say something, just one more thing. Now, we plan to have a plan. How does that sound? We have it in our code. The Land Acquisition Advisory Committee was supposed to have done this. I think I put this in, it's in the stuff that you didn't get to read. But there is an action plan that they were required to do, or still is required to do. I don't know what happened to them, by the way. We've pretty much just silenced them. But why can't we get them to help us, on some of these environmental ones? Put it in front of them. What do they think? Why can't they help us out with this? That's at least one more source of assistance to get this done.
Let me get this straight. You're asking now to the people who are supposed to be getting something to take it out from under them now. In a nutshell, and I know I like nutshells. Is that basically it?
I'm asking us to see if that's the best decision for everybody in the village.
So you want to make that on the 9th hour? I mean, think about it, Mark. Come on, man.
Did two wrongs make a right?
No, but one wrong that keeps on trying doesn't make a right either.
Well, let me,
I-
how would you
no.
feel if we had to raise their
How would you
taxes
feel
to
if
pay
you
for the
were
land?
on this list? Let me ask you that.
I am on the list.
No, you're down the list, and by doing this, you might go up the list.
A lot of people, no, not at all.
Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna have
That's
this
a personal
discussion.
attack, and we
No,
don't need to
it's
go
not,
there
Mark.
tonight.
No, let me just tell you, this is not fair, and I'm not going for it right now. If you want to look at this down the road, because Elizabeth hates going out of order here, so I'm going to stop.
All right.
But this, to me, is like, let me throw the football down the field and see who's going to catch it for me.
I'm going to get a load of hate mail, and I'm making. I know there's people in the audience that are thinking, "Man, this guy is out of his mind."
Well,
But let me ask you just to look a little bit further down the road. We're staring at what could be $50 or $100 million of liability to buy land. Doesn't it make sense to at least think about giving out these permits to the most valuable ones that we're going to have to buy?
up the list and push everybody back.
Who cares about the
I do.
list? Who
Because
cares?
they've played the game.
If the list following a list costs us 50 grand, are you willing to raise everyone's
We
taxes to cover
set
$50
the
million?
rules.
I should
We set the rules.
Wait a minute, guys. Here's the thing. Jennifer, can I ask you a question about this? Okay, can you explain what you explained today when I was in the meeting with you with what your, I mean, I think you did a marvelous job. I think Mr. Quick and Mr. Cole were amazed at, how you explained that. Would you explain what Vice Mayor and what Mark's talking about here about this thing with either the lot dedication or the administrative relief? Could you please?
Sure.
You have the mic. Okay.
Thank you. I'll do my best to be as eloquent as I was in the conference room earlier. But I understand the need for a plan moving forward. I wholeheartedly agree that that's something that we need. It's something we should have done, years ago before we got to this point. But we are at this point. And we have people that have applications in process, that have already filed applications, that are before you Thursday night, this evening, whenever. We have people who are on the BPAS list in land dedication that have been there for years, that several months ago, this council said, we are going to give you the first 5 of the Key West allocations. In my opinion, in my professional opinion, those people should get those permits, and then we move forward with a plan. And moving forward, that's when we utilize the plan for any future applications or permits. I think it's critical that we do that, but I don't think that the people in process right now, should be penalized for that. So that's where I would recommend that we move forward.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I don't think that, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that what you just actually, let me back up. You just threw a bunch of things on the table. What concerns me about your bringing this forward is that we need, I think that any conversation about planning for land use would come more easily from our planning department. And so if a request is, planning department, with your resources, please bring this forward, because we've been asking for plans and we haven't seen them, and now we need to see them like immediately because there's some urgency attached to this. I didn't hear you say that the market rate, the market rate allocations that we already decided to give out, I didn't hear you say that we don't want to give those out. What I'm hearing you say is we're now in a new phase. We have a bunch of administrative relief allocations that we may, that the policy that he provided indicates, and we've had this conversation up here, that there is a way to manage administrative relief. Just because you're on the list for 4 years doesn't mean that you automatically receive an allocation. It is in our code. People understand this. We have options, but the options should be coming from our planning department. We know that. In fact, in my briefing, we had this very same conversation, and you all, when I was in there, said, yes, we're going to discuss deferring the quasi-judicial hearings that we've got on Thursday because we're giving out administrative relief without a plan. And Now, what I think is going to happen is that promise that we all sat and agreed upon is not going to happen, but I'd like before Thursday to strongly think about that. We are in a new phase. And again, Mark, I respect your request to plan. And I would remind this council that for the last 2 years, I have been asking for a plan. And finally, we have a strategic plan. And we're now under a new administration, so that's helpful. And I think that speaks to this point that we've got a bunch of land that we own with no plans for it. Presumably, we're moving in that direction. We have an RFP out that's coming forward. I mean, we're all right, but we're the ones that are not insisting that we make a priority of figuring out how we're going to use this land. You brought up like 10 different subjects. You're concerned about Hammock. You're concerned about, I think you said you're concerned about how we're giving out administrative relief. You're concerned about purchases. I mean, there are a lot of things on this list, right?
It all boils down to money. So we have so much money to do the most amount of good for the most amount of people. If we take 5 allocations and we wipe out $2.5 million worth of real estate that we would have to buy, that's one analysis. If we take the same 5 and we wipe out $5 million worth of allocations or more by buying the more expensive ones, that's what I want us to talk about.
So can we ask for that analysis and that presentation to come from our planning department? Because that's where it should be coming from.
Well, I don't know that, why do we have to ask them when we know about it already?
Because I don't think we all, and the community understand this. And I'll speak for myself. It took me a very long time until, Mark, you're a special case in a good way. and I say that, I'm not even kidding. You have been studying this for years. But the fact is, you're right. We've got millions of dollars worth of lawsuits that we should be addressing if we don't have enough allocations to give out. But we should be asking our planning department and consultants who work with them to give us the scenarios so we can make an informed decision. This conversation...
And then in the meantime, we just keep barrel rolling forward, making decisions and doing things like whack-a-mole.
Let's talk about that. No, absolutely. Can I just finish this one? Because, we said we were going to just let Mark lecture and not say anything, but here we are. Well, But here's the thing. Are we whack-a-moling? We made a decision at the whatever meeting that was to award the next 5 allocations. They're market rate, 10 allocations. Fine, we give those out. But what we haven't done is insist on a plan for these administrative relief allocations that are left or the early out affordable housing allocations that are left. What is wrong with us? Why aren't we insisting that you figure out a way to deal with those equitably?
Okay, well, Elizabeth, the history of the village in the past, the main history, I don't believe there might have been some specific terms, but we've always given out, once the people have waited, myself, I got one. I waited.
It's because we always had market rate to give out as well.
We had a bank to draw from.
Now it's different.
Right.
Now we're in, and this story should be told by our trustworthy planning department and her consultants, not a group of community members who have opinions. We should be getting in a. This is.
But let me ask you a question now. How would you feel if you've spent $400,000 buying a lot and you've been in this system 4 years, okay, and you turned in your application, paid your $1,500 application fee, and there was nothing said that we've changed the rules. But when it comes time Thursday night to give these people their, wait a minute, hear me out. When it comes time to give them their administration relief permit that they've played by our rules, all right, and we're going to tell them, no, sue me.
But here's the thing, buddy. And could I just borrow this paper right here? This isn't the right paper. Sorry. So because you've sat in the system for 4 years, and Jennifer, maybe you can discuss this. In fact, why don't you explain what that means after you've been in for 4 years? What are you entitled to according to our code? This is in black and white.
Right. After 4 years of being on the EB Pass list, you're eligible to apply for administrative relief. And you are correct, that does not guarantee you an allocation. It is solely at the council's discretion.
But let's be clear. The code says you can apply for administrative relief We can purchase your property after you've been in for 4 years, or we could do something other. We make that decision. You are not guaranteed an allocation.
Right, that's what I just
That's
said.
right.
But you didn't say that. You said you're allowed to
It's
apply.
at your discretion, and they're not guaranteed an administrative leave. Those words came out of my mouth.
So you're not guaranteed. And then there are two other components that are pretty important, buddy. They're important for the rest of the people who are going to suffer from the lawsuits that are coming from the people who are going to sue us because there are no allocations left for anyone else who's got a piece of vacant land. So it's a bigger conversation that I would like to request our planning department present to us.
We've already asked them to do that.
Well, why haven't they done it? Good point.
Jennifer has just been asked to do this, but we got them doing so many other things, and Mr. Cole is here now managing that.
Well, now we have a new manager, don't we?
Right.
And that's a good
So
thing.
here's the thing, though, Elizabeth. They follow the rule, and they come in, we wait until the night, instead of giving them a certified letter, months or whatever, telling them we've changed the system.
We haven't changed it.
Okay.
The system is three things can happen. We have not, and
Do you want me to specify what they are?
sure, I think I just said it, but if you want to repeat what I just said, please do. No, please.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
You did, but I just want to.
No, please. I would like the assistance. Thank you.
It's number one, grant the applicant an allocation award for all or part of the allocation requested in the next succeeding allocation period or extended pro rata over several succeeding allocation periods. Number two, offer to purchase the property at its fair market value. And number three, suggest such other relief as may be necessary and appropriate.
So three options, right? And just to make it really clear, we can give an administrative relief, we can buy the offer to buy it, or something else that's unspecified.
What happens if they don't want to sell it? You act like we're going to go in and say, sorry, we're going to take your land and buy it.
So one more thing.
Let's just back up. Chris Trantine wanted, the appraisal came back at 280, okay?
Right.
All right? And he wanted 450. So you know what?
Buddy, we don't even have enough administrative relief allocations
On a verified lot.
to give all of the people who are going to come up to 4 years because we don't have any allocations left. So at some point, all those people who are in line, no, wait, this is important for you to understand. At some point, all of those people right now who are on the list, like they all know there are no allocations for them.
Hold on, Mr. Cole.
Actually, I was going to try and get the attention for Attorney Quick to speak for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, I guess just to follow up on that, those are your three options. Council needs to do something, obviously, to one of those three acts.
Okay.
Like Councilwoman Jolin said, it can be an alternative. There's this catch-all. If you can come up with something else, if to follow up on the, and there have the, it's my understanding that in the years past, the council has used the that catch-all to award additional points. Not that that necessarily does anything now, since we don't have, we have limited B-Pass allocations. In terms of the discussion on any particular lot, not necessarily one that's before you, but if there's a offer to purchase the property at fair market value, and if the applicant declines, what ends up happening is they stay on the B-Pass list, and they will continue moving forward on the B-Pass list. So that's what.
Can you speak to the value there of?
Hey, Elizabeth.
The value of the property or the value to the village?
The value to the village.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're on the B-Pass list, they have an opportunity to develop, and I think that it limits, if not moots, any potential takings claim.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that last part?
Limits, if not moots.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you explain that? What do you mean? Say that whole thing. So what it would do is limit.
Hold on a second right here. Hold on one second, okay?
This is the point.
How about if John, I think at this point, I think we need to defer this and put it on an agenda to talk about it, because this has turned in, we're going to be here all night going back and forth about this. Mark, were you about finished with your?
I just had a couple of small comments.
Great job,
to make.
Mark.
I think the
way
arguing.
Way to solve it all.
Well, so let me stop. I'll try to wrap it up.
Can you do it in 5 minutes?
Sure. I think I got what I was looking for, which was to get your attention and to get you thinking about where we're going. If we were to make an analogy that we were going to take a family vacation together and we would load up the car with the dog and the cooler and our family, it would be chickens and our chickens. Thank you, Henry. We don't want to leave those behind. It would be like taking a family trip with an empty tank of gas and not knowing where we're going to get the money to fill it up when we run out. That's what I feel like. That's exactly what this feels like. And I want to say an apology to Henry because he made me think about this. When we voted on what we were going to do with the remaining BPAS allocations, Henry advocated to stretching this out into the future. I did not see it that way, and for different reasons. It has come to me from, just looking at this, looking at what the county was facing. I said, we're not like the county. We don't have to do it that way. Because I felt very strongly, like you do and you do, about these people who have waited, they've played by the rules, they're hoping they're going to build their dream home. And we are the gatekeepers for that. And I didn't want to be a gatekeeper anymore. I wanted to kick the gates open and let it go. But if we do that, what if we have to wind up ultimately in an ultimate irony of having to raise their taxes and everyone else's taxes because we have to buy all these expensive properties that we could have wiped out with the permits that we're going to give out? That's the point that I'm making. I'm not looking to screw anybody out of anything. In fact, we have to treat them fairly. That's in our code, that's in the state law, and it's in the Constitution. If they don't get to build, they're going to get a nice check. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, before we move forward, let's make a smart move. Let's award and allocate smart. You talk about smart development, let's do smart allocation. And let's see, on this list, where's the value? Where's the big liability? Where's the exposure? And how can we take those out of the way for the benefit of everybody that lives here and pays taxes and will ultimately be responsible to write those checks through their taxes? So I go back to Henry. Henry, I was wrong. If I could change my vote and do it your way, I would have done that. I would do that. But you are right, and I'm sorry for my error on that.
So is your request, so I think so let's get clear on what you're asking and in what kind of time frame, because there is an emergency as I look at this. We're asking our planner to bring back a solution for how to allocate our affordable, our administrative relief, as well as our early out affordable housing
For
allocation.
everything that we have, every tool in our tool chest to fight against the potential of enormous, possibly
I know,
$100 million of liability.
It should have been done by now.
Just because we feel, and I feel the same honor-bound duty to award them too, but is it smart to do that?
Yes.
I understand what you're saying, but you got to look at, man, how many permits have you got over the last few years and your family got too? I mean, come on, man. I get phone calls about this. And you know what? And then now these people have been waiting and they're saying, Mark, how fair is that?
It's not about fair, and it's not about my family or your family. I mean, it's pretty offensive for you to do that, but it's okay.
The truth, what people are calling me. I can tell you right now in this room that people that
I played by the rules and I got them like everybody else, and I barrel rolled forward just like everyone else.
We need to stop.
Let's leave it alone, but I'm just saying this.
I agree there needs to be a system, but you are not going to take these people who've been waiting right there in the gold line and say, this property's worth more than yours, so I'm going to give it to guy number 23 over you.
You guys can answer for that in November. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Wait, but wait a minute.
Let's just end this.
All right, we need to stop this.
Why
and move on.
don't we talk about this when we calm down?
We need to have it on the agenda.
Let's put it on the agenda sometime, and we can talk it through. And we got the conversation started. That's the good news.
This issue is timely. It's an emergency because wait a minute. Really, it is. It's complicated. And we need to be able to do complicated things. So we need to ask our planner to respond to this emergency and bring back a presentation at the next meeting, not Thursday, in June. And she has the ability to do that. She can use consultants, whoever she needs, because it is a real issue, and we need an explanation, not from this group, but from our administration. And so, can we agree on that?
I'm agreeing.
I mean, and it's a plan. It was a request for a plan, so we know what the consequences are.
Just what you just said, that it needed to come from our planner.
Absolutely. And I said that at the beginning.
That's the thing, Mark. We have a staff that we pay. We have Jennifer, we have Daniel, we have all the components for a staff that they do this for a living. And that's the thing that, once I found out about this, and some other, I guess, attorneys found out about it in town, started calling me, and it should be coming from our planner. I understand we're a council, and you are an attorney, so.
That's correct, and maybe I see things differently because of my profession and career, but I feel that it's like a dam's gonna break and I keep my mouth shut. I see something about to happen, and it's going to be a pretty big financial consequence. And we have an opportunity to, at the very least, mitigate that significantly, if not deflect it a little further. Let me say this last thing, and you said 5 minutes. I probably am over, and I apologize. But I asked Roger for this. I asked prior planners for this. I asked prior managers for this. We've had a revolving door of that for a number of reasons, political, that I won't get into. But now it's time for us to face the music. It's like musical chairs. And it's on us to figure it out. That's what we got put here for. It's hard. It sucks. We make people mad. I acknowledge that. But it's what we got to do. If not, we kick the can down the road, and it's like driving when you're blind. Hope you don't hit a tree. So,
okay. All right, Mr. Cole, and I'm going to let you speak, and we're closing this out. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge that staff are clear that there's direction, that we need a proposal brought back with a recommendation as to how we might handle some of these remaining allocations. I've talked with our planner. She believes that at latest we can have something back to council by August. Where that leaves you, that's at latest. Where that leaves you, of course, is with the two that you have coming up on Thursday, and that's really a decision for council. Do you want to allow those to proceed based on this entire conversation, or do you want to explore one of the three alternatives that Attorney Quick had referenced? But minimally, I wanted to update you on the timeline.
Well, I think we can all agree on that.
I would agree on that, but then the question is, since a plan is coming back in August, it would be fair to defer the two quasi-judicial, not the Cabrera issue. That is not what we're talking about. On quasi-judicial, we're asking to give out administrative relief.
I think those people they've been waiting. I think that we need to move on with them. We're talking two people.
Yeah, but
okay.
Let's look at.
That's not fair. They were their Thursday night is when they're supposed to be, and Chris has already had his can kicked down the road.
But look, let's talk about why. And this is, we are having a business meeting, and these issues are important. We do not talk outside of these business meetings, and it's important. We are at fault for not insisting on a plan earlier. It's our fault. And I accept the blame for bringing those quasi-judicial people here to give out administrative relief when we don't actually have a plan for giving them out.
But we haven't had a plan for 25 years.
It's on us.
It is on us, Elizabeth, but you can't make people
remove the goalpost when they're coming Thursday night, and we're going to have them show up, and you can't.
We do need a plan. We understand that, but you can't just say, come on, chase that carrot. Come on, and that's what we do.
Let's understand then that on Thursday, the question is, what of three options that are in our code that everyone signed up for? If they don't take one of the options, they can stay on the B-Pass list. I mean, let's understand the issues.
Okay. All right. So we hear what we're doing. With that being said, we're going to move on to village attorney, village manager communications. Rob.
Okay. Our next item deals with the LPA appointments, and Marnie is going to discuss that. Basically, what we're looking at is how to solve the problem of the staggered terms, as well as the question of council liaison appointments to our resident committees. So, Marnie, if you could take the floor.
Sure. So we checked with the LPA members who are sitting, as it was mentioned recently, that May is the time to appoint. So all of our committee members were appointed in September of 23. So I checked with the ones who are still sitting. All of them were interested in continuing. So therefore, we didn't open up to any new applications because we had no vacancies. So part of the ordinance that we adopted last year also includes staggering terms. So since we have the LPA up for discussion right now, this seemed like a good time to implement staggered terms for at least the LPA. So for that, I have a list that I added to the agenda item of the folks who are on LPA right now, when they were initially appointed, and how many nominations they received from council to be on the board. So there were 2 rounds. There are a few folks that got 3 votes, 3 nominations in the first round, resulting in a 5-way tie. So then what they ended up with is what you'll see also on the list. So it's up to council to decide how to stagger these terms. Everyone I've spoken to is interested in continuing. So we could, you can discuss that tonight, and in June we could bring back a resolution noting, memorializing your decision. Other things we had also, besides the staggered terms, which we would have to do for the remaining boards, but this would be a good way for us to get into the process. So to start with 1, and then the other 6 could come at a later date. Council liaisons was also noted in the ordinance, and we haven't done that yet. So Rob and I have been speaking about what would be the best way to move forward with this, and really it's probably not even appropriate for council liaisons to sit at every meeting. I mean, we see it more of a collaborative role where you would be working with the chair to find out, what their initiatives are, and you can help let them in on what council's initiatives are. So it could be a more of a productive relationship if we implement the council liaisons. Also, y'all would have to decide which way you would like to do that. The ordinance says that the mayor appoints, but I'm sure you would probably prefer to have a discussion about it. So we have the committees listed here, and you can make that decision. And if you would come up with something, we can also memorialize that with a resolution in June. And if anyone has questions, I'm happy to help.
I talked to you earlier this week about the nominations.
Yeah.
Because this is misleading, like I told you it was.
I've changed it.
Okay, well, I don't have it in
Yeah, you
mind.
didn't get the update, sorry.
So, because it does look, when to me, the people who should get the 2 years should be the people who got the most votes the first time around. That would seem like a fair way to do it. And then, when you went for the second vote, you added their first votes, but some of the people who got 4 were done after the first vote. God, does that make sense?
Yeah, and I can clarify that.
Okay.
There were 3 folks who did receive enough nominations in the first round to move forward, and those folks were Cheryl Culberson, Lori Lalonde, who both had 4 nominations, and James Ryan with 5 nominations. The other members, Mr. Foley, Ms. Gillis, Ms. Raffanello, and Mr. Hammond, all received 3 votes in the first round of nominations, and then after the second round, ended up with what I initially had when this packet first went out. So it was updated after your conversation with me, Sharon.
Okay.
So so now it's got the full recounting.
You want to agree with me?
Sure. I just wanted to add one thing real quick. So to get on the right cadence of having these alternating terms, you need a minimum of 3 people who are offered the opportunity to extend their service by 1 year. So it goes from 2 to 3 for those 3 individuals. And I did note in the summary that was just provided by Clerk McGrath, reflecting your corrections, that it just so happens that 3 of them got enough votes on the first round. So that may be a logical path if the council is entertaining this idea to go with 3, but you can also choose 4 incidentally, but 3 is the minimum number.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Cole. Should we, if we take Cheryl, Lori, and James and give them the 2 year, and everybody else wants to stay, but have we opened it up to the general public in case other people want to apply? I mean, how does that work?
Council, anybody have any suggestions what Vice Mayor is talking about?
I'm so confused. This is such a mess. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Just real quick, the appointments that were made for the LPA were in September of last year, so really there are no open public positions that are available right now. So the solution that was put on the table, rather than advertising publicly because we had no openings, was simply to extend 3 or 4 members for an additional year. So instead of 2, they actually get 3 years. And then we would have that alternating system set up to where the other 4 are on 2 years, so their 2-year terms would expire 2 years from the date of appointment. We would advertise for 4 new members at that point, and the other 3 that you would be deciding this evening, or not this evening, but providing direction to staff to come back with a resolution for the June meeting. Those 3 would stick on 1 more year, and then we'd have satisfied the ordinance with respect to alternating terms. So the first chance for new blood coming onto that committee would be after the 2-year terms of the existing members expire.
Okay, we all good? Marnie, do you have that?
I believe so. If you could clarify.
Mr. Cole, can you get with Marnie then?
Sure.
To explain
Just to
what
confirm,
you just explained to Vice Mayor?
Sure, and just to confirm, that the 3 people who received enough votes on the first round are the ones that we wish to create a resolution to extend them by 1 year, and the other 4 will remain with their original 2-year terms, and you'll get a resolution at the June meeting that allows that to happen.
Are we still making our appointments, the council?
No,
That's the next part of this same item here. The next thing is the liaison appointments that are at the mayor's discretion with whatever discussion you guys wish to have on that topic.
Yeah.
He thinks we're appointing the LPA, don't you?
No, we voted on them, Henry. We voted on who the 7 that are
Is that
there.
what you think we're talking about?
Yeah, the LPA.
Yeah, but we don't, they've already been appointed. We don't pick them anymore. They apply. Okay. Explain.
So I can't appoint who I have appointed. I've taken people off the LPA.
We changed the policy. Remember, Sharon brought up a new idea about how to handle the committees, and now they apply, and then we choose from the applications. So, great, that's what we're
I
doing.
just don't want to change the system. I've used it. It worked.
Okay, that's not the question that we're discussing, but the question we are now discussing is whether council members are going to be attached to any of these committees to make them more productive. Do we want to, that was part of Sharon's suggestion to redo the committees, and we haven't followed through on that, so that's what we're talking about right now.
I think it would make sense for the council members to express their interest in which ones, so that the mayor, when he's making the appointments under the ordinance, can make appointments accordingly to what you all are interested in.
Why is it up to him?
Well, that's what the ordinance says. So. But I think that makes sense.
I attend, well, by Zoom, I attended the Parks and Rec Committee the other day, and someone made a good comment, which was, and he's a new member to that committee, and his comment was, what are we, just a paper tiger? Like, what are we even doing here if we're not, like, they felt, at least this particular gentleman, thought was well-spoken, suggested that they have no direction from the council, and we're not utilizing them to their full extent, so just passing that on.
Okay.
So
what are we doing with it?
Well, can we each give you what committees we want to be attached to, and then if it's overlay, we'll arm wrestle for it? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so that discussion obviously would take place Thursday at the public meeting, because that's when you all can communicate with each other. Okay? And then from there,
Do you want to just
Mr.
do it
Mayor
right
can-
now and get on with it, to not revisit it? I mean, it doesn't matter to me what committee I'm on, I'm paying it.
Well, can we, since the time factor tonight, Elizabeth, what are we going on, 8? 7:35, okay. All right, so can we move on? Huh? You want to move on to the consent agenda? Huh? Yeah. I think Henry wants to pull 4, 5, 6, and 7. So,
Public discussion.
okay. Okay, so 3 would be the only one that we're,
We're talking
and that's
about
just the minutes, so,
Yeah, so I'll read my little spiel.
okay, okay.
We're in the consent agenda consent portion of the agenda. These items are of routine nature, and council members have reviewed these items in advance and sought the advice of staff as they felt necessary. There'll be one vote on the consent items, which today, as you are accurate, is tab 3. The other ones have been pulled from the consent agenda. If anyone else would like to pull any other items from consent, he or she should state so now.
Okay, anybody else to pull it? There's nothing else really to pull, right? Because Henry's got 4, 5, 6, and 7, okay. Okay, so let's open public comment then. For this, we have to. Public comment, Marnie, anybody signed up for consent?
Excuse me. I do have someone who has signed up for tab 6, but we can talk about that when we get there.
Okay.
And there are no Zoom attendees.
Okay, all right. So with that being said, do I hear a motion? Public comment's closed, huh? Motion to approve.
Move to approve tab 3.
Second.
All right, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Councilmember Henry Rosenthal? Yes. And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we are on the tab 4.
Yep, tab 4 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving the final rankings and recommendations of the RFP 24-08 Evaluation Committee for selection of a contractor for the Plantation Tropical Preserve Project, authorizing the village manager and village attorney to negotiate an agreement for the requested services, authorizing village manager to execute the agreement, authorizing village manager to expend budgeted funds, and approving an effective date, and providing an effective date.
Okay, so tab 4. Peter?
Yes, so as John stated, this is a resolution which would approve the recommendation of the evaluation committee that met to review these proposals for this Plantation Tropical Preserve Gazebo project. There were 2 proposals. The evaluation committee did meet, and the committee is recommending CBT Construction to be the contractor to construct this project for the village. So this resolution also allows the staff to begin negotiations with the contractor. So we're not necessarily approving a cost right now, but if we move forward with this, we will begin discussions with CBT on what we'd like them to do and a cost proposal.
Peter, can I ask a question? How much grant, do we have grant money for this?
We do not. So this project originally was identified for the Parks and Recreation Impact Fee. We've been discussing this project for years now. This project has been approved by the council every step of the way. It went through an extremely thorough community outreach process, more so than any other project I've been involved in. It came from the community, this project. It was actually school groups that started this, that requested some type of covered structure at this park for how much they were utilizing it and being out in the sun and exposed. So Parks and Recreation Impact Fee has always been identified as the funding source for this.
Council, any questions for Peter? Okay.
One question. Okay. As far as the water fountain goes, do we provide water fountains at all our parks?
Some of them, yes. Not all of them, some of them.
Okay. And this one was, I thought, $18,000. Is that right? I got a number here.
So that cost incorporated not just the water fountain, that was involved the plumbing as well.
Well, I understand that, but it's still a process to adapt for a water fountain.
Sure. So the estimates that the contractor provided, the evaluation committee staff weren't in a position to discuss that, to question why something cost what, right? We were under a cone of silence. If this got approved, then we would, could question what these costs were and try speccing out.
I just made a note of that because I got calls in reference to different things, and apparently those people that have called me are not with us in those seats right now. So that's the reason I pulled it. But my question was, At my old property, we're spending $1.7 million, I think, for a gazebo. And now we're $140-some thousand for a lesser gazebo. And I can't imagine that. I just can't. I'm not against you. Don't misunderstand me. But I'm here to spend the money in a proper way. And we're spending money for things that, how do we benefit by it? How does the public benefit by it? I can't answer those questions when I get these phone calls to spend that kind of money. I religiously, come budget time, look for ways to cut funding. It's never happened. At the end of the budget, you know how much money we had at the budget from last year? I'm going to quiz you, but I'll tell you, it's $2 million. Now, what happened to the $2 million? Well, it went into the general fund, and we're going to spend it, and we're going to do it over again this coming year, depending on the folks here. And I just look at these expenditures that they just bother me. And I can't believe you spend this kind of money. Why don't we piggyback what you want with the other project for $1.7 million? I don't know.
Bless you.
Maybe that complicates the matter, but
Understood, Councilman. It's not what I want. Also just want to
No,
reiterate that.
no, I
And again, this is an impact fee. It's exactly what this fee is intended for.
All right, and so
These types of
this water fountain that Henry was just talking about, it's like, is it one of the ones in the park that you can put your bottle up there and fill it up? Is that what it's filtered?
Yes, and also with a dog filling bowl. That's
yeah,
what came
right.
out of the community outreach meetings we had. I mean, if that's something we wanted to remove from the scope, absolutely we could. And the spec sheet for that water fountain did come out to $16,000. That was just for the water fountain. And I'm just telling you what that fountain spec'd out as. But again, we certainly don't have to include that.
So I appreciate your fiscal responsibility, Henry. I think that you certainly are a good steward of our finances. I would note that, as Pete said, we have discussed this on multiple occasions. It has come back. This has been in the works for a very, very long time. This is not the equivalent of the project that's happening at Green Turtle Hammock. That is a different, totally different animal. And part of the service that we provide is recreational space that can be used by the community. And someone smarter than I am can probably speak to the value that recreational space brings to a community.
I guess what I'm speaking to is the same mindset. It just goes through this council and this city, and I don't know. You know, I look at things as if they were mine personally, truthfully. When I spend this kind of funding and this kind of money for whatever it is, I know I wouldn't. And I can't help carry on to my mindset so when I make decisions for the people of this town. And that's what it's based on. So call me right or wrong, that's just me. And nothing against Peter for sure. So I just have to, a lot of times I bring up stuff that I don't totally agree with, but I get the phone calls. So I bring it up to satisfy those phone calls.
Phone call about the water
Right?
fountain too.
You ever get a phone call? I'll bet you get 2 a day, right?
Yeah, or more.
I know you do. Anyway, that's my mindset.
All right, council,
That's it.
anybody else have anything they want to ask Peter?
I do.
Okay.
Peter, I stepped out. I think I might have missed something. If we were to approve this tonight, we are not approving the contract for the contractor to perform this and do this. We're just approving the ranking. Was that my correct understanding?
Yes, and the ability to staff to begin the negotiations with the contractors.
Okay.
Correct.
And then later, we'll get a contract to approve. So
Yes.
this is not the end of the line.
Correct. Yeah, we would bring a contract with a cost back.
Okay, so in that interim, I would be interested if this is an appropriate suggestion. I noticed that, and I don't know if I got it all right, but the gazebo itself, the shell materials, all costs associated with purchase and acquisition management of client-specified gazebo, $41,250. I would imagine there's some labor on top of that and some other bells and whistles. So I noticed that the size of this gazebo is 22 by 18. Does that sound about right?
It's not that big.
Okay. Okay, well, that's even better. So yes, thank you. So on a square footage basis, that's pretty steep. My question to you, could we put in a Miccosukee tiki hut to function the same way? And the reason I ask you that is because my neighbor put one in, and I spoke with the contractor who does that, and he advised that they charge $25 a square foot. So a 400-foot gazebo would cost just under $10,000, and that was an all-in installed price. And if it functions the same, it's not the same, I know that, and it will require replacement of the thatch periodically, I think 7 years or something, but it's aesthetically very pleasing and fitting into the landscape. Many people like them, and they're native to our area. So is that something that the council would be interested in?
What about scorpions getting in there, Mark? I mean...
I haven't seen a scorpion at my house in 10 years. They started spraying something to kill them all. So I don't know. I can't speak to scorpions and wasps, but I guess they could get in anything. Sure. If you're worried about scorpions, and maybe we can treat it. I don't know. I'm throwing an idea out, trying to save a few bucks, and if that works, great. Otherwise, forget it.
Okay. Anybody else got anything? We don't have public comment on this one. All right, Peter. All right, so Marnie, let's open public comment.
I don't have anyone signed up for this particular item, and let me double check Zoom. No hands raised on Zoom.
All right, Van, come on.
I'll be glad to add another paper over there. I've already got 4 or 5 in there. Use the same argument I used with a $1.7 million gazebo. The Seminoles do a wonderful job of building something that fits into the landscape. They do it for a lot less money than $1.7 million. And I agree with Mr. Gregg. It would be more intrinsically pleasing to have the Seminoles do it and have something that fits in with the environment. And they're used all over the village. And I think we should pick up on the fact that one of the reasons that they're so popular is because they work. And we could save a whole lot of money by listening to what Mr. Gregg said, and we could save even more money if they'd have listened to me and Sharon Mahoney about the $1.7 million that we're fixing to spend on this incredibly ridiculous, stupid thing that we don't need. You know, that's where you cut money out of the budget, and when you start using your brain. Thank you.
Thanks, Van.
Mr. Mayor, can I just remind the public and everyone that if you intend to speak on an item, you need to turn in the comment cards before the item is called under our rules. So just a reminder to the public, if you intend to speak on anyone that have been pulled or that from the consent agenda or otherwise, please make sure your comment cards are into the clerk prior to it being called.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Quick, for reminding us. Council, any further discussion, or do I hear a motion, or do we want to, what Mr. Gregg just talked about, have Peter look into, Miccosukee or Seminole Cheeky Hut?
Yeah, I'll move to, go ahead, we're going to move. I'll move to approve with Pete's recommendation for how to move forward on the gazebo.
Okay. All right, do I hear a second?
Did you mean tiki hut or did you mean gazebo?
Gazebo / potential tiki hut, same thing.
Okay, so we're including the concept of a...
Sure, he can look at that,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
But, yeah, go ahead.
Did you second?
No, go ahead.
I'll second.
Okay, so Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Yep. Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so council, can we move from, now, I know we got to do 5, 6, and 7, but can we move the baseball field up? Because I know Coach and Rich are still here, and go ahead and bring this up, tab X. Are you guys okay with that? I asked permission with Mr. Quick. He said yes, we could, because these were pulled. So can we do that? Okay, all right. So let's move to tab X then, John?
Tab X is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving an interlocal agreement with the School Board of Monroe County, Florida, regarding the provision of enhanced recreation facilities and opportunities within the village, authorizing the village manager to execute the interlocal agreement, providing for implementation, corrections, and an effective date.
Okay. So, let me see, I'm trying to find that on here. Tab X. What tab is that, Marnie? Wait a minute, tab Y, tab X. Okay, I got it. Okay, Rob.
Yes, sir. I just want to clarify for the council and members of the public that this interlocal agreement does not authorize the renovation of the baseball field. It's intended to reestablish the arrangement that has been longstanding with respect to the baseball routine use of that field and complex, and provide mechanisms for us to set the annual use plan for the field, as well as deal with any minor construction-related things that may occur on a baseball field over the course of years of routine use. Importantly, the renovation itself, as Mr. Lafleur spoke to council and the public earlier, is going to be the subject of a baseball license agreement, which comes later, and that document will memorialize the outcome of the public process whereby they discuss a concept for renovation and an associated operating plan. So persons that are really interested in things like AstroTurf or the speaker booth or whatever the case may be, and protecting the trees, all of that is germane to the baseball license, but again, there's a public process leading up to that. Right now, we're just looking to gain authorization for the historic use of that property without any renovation plan attached to that.
Okay, all right. So with that being said, do we want to open public comment? Marty, we have any speakers?
Yes, we do. We have Deb Gillis, followed by Tony Hammond, Rich Russell, and Van Cadenhead.
All right, who would like to? Okay.
Deb Gillis, Islamorada. Excuse me. So I would urge you to approve the ILA. We did this years ago. I don't even think I was on council then when we did it the first time, but we did it because the kids need a place to play baseball. If you move the baseball field up to the high school, you're going to lose 2 other sports. Now, that doesn't make any sense at all. We have kids that are in that baseball program that are getting scholarships this college because how good they are. We have a good program here. We have been known for assisting our kids. Think about what we do with the Rotary and everything. This is part of that. Now, the other half of the agreement, we can talk about how much they should improve, but we need to allow the high school to use this piece of property for this baseball field. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, Marnie? Tony?
Yes.
Coach?
Tony Hammond, 246 Jasmine Street, Plantation Key. I can tell you firsthand, obviously, just finishing up the season, that we don't have an option. I've looked and walked the grounds. Of course, there's no place to put a ball field in. If we don't have a ball field here, we don't have baseball. It's that simple. We signed 2 college kids this year. They signed commitment letters. The kids are having so much fun. After we lost our district game on Friday, They did a pickup game on their own. No coaches, just the entire team got together and played another game Friday afternoon just because they're enjoying baseball so much. We haven't seen that in a while. And I want to encourage you because it is an outlet that is absolutely necessary for these guys. This is a great group of kids. You know, when you look around at kids in our communities, these are kids that we can be proud of. And keeping them involved in sports is absolutely critical. The mentorship that takes place, the opportunities we have is just phenomenal with them. So I just encourage you, please continue this agreement. I don't see that there really is an option. If you want to see baseball moving forward, this is the option we have. Let me just kill a rumor real quick. Someone recently said, well, they want to lock the field. That is absolutely false. I suggested that during the gigantic nautical market that we put locks on the big gates so that people couldn't pull their trailers in and turn their boats around and tear the outfield up. That's where that locking the field came from. One day, one time, that is a pure rumor. So take that off the table. That's not the case. Our goal is to have the field and want it to be used in a proper way as much as we possibly can. The other thing to consider is we take the responsibility for the field off of the village's hands for 5 months of the year. So it's a 7-5 split. We maintain it. We pay the bills. We do all of that. We use the group from Coral Shores to come down and get the fields ready and to maintain it, put the weed killer down, do all the things that they have to do. So it's definitely a good deal for the village. So thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. Who's next, Marnie?
Rich Russell.
Another coach, man.
I know you won't find this shocking, but I want to appeal to you as well to support the interlocal agreement. And if you juxtapose this with the initial one from 2000, you'll find that the language is largely repurposed. And to the point made, this is the preliminary step. It precedes anything relative to renovations and so forth. I know there's some controversy about that, but that's not this. And as Tony alluded to, I can tell you when we moved the baseball field or baseball program down here, as athletic director and head baseball coach, I was a highly motivated individual trying to find a way to keep it there. And the bottom line was to have it, if we were going to have a track, and if we were going to have a tennis program, something had to give. And the proposal made and the joint agreement made with the village, with the school board, was that we would relocate here, and so I would ask for that consideration. It's really akin to the interlocal agreement that the school board, as a landlord, has with the village, relative to Fire Station 20, the monument, the library park, and mosquito control parcel. It's 19-10-93, and that too was renewed without any complications. I think it's renewed through 2050. So something relative to that, we'd certainly appreciate that consideration. I thank each of you.
Thank you, Rich. Is Van next?
That's correct.
Is that it? Van, the last one?
No, we have a caller on Zoom as well.
Van Cadenette, Islamorada. Put me in, Coach. I don't smoke. I was I was one of the ones that fought for this baseball field here when they were building the new Coral Shores, and I've been very happy that the Hurricanes get to play here, and I think it's been a wonderful thing. And Tony and Rich have both got my full support on continuing this until we get something in a contract form with the school board about continuing it on and the refurbishment thereof. But I want to bring this up because I heard a lot of one of the reasons that they wanted to put AstroTurf in, they wanted to do all this upgrade, is because the field was in such lousy shape. Well, Tony says that they're going to be in charge of the field for 5 months, and we're going to be in charge of the field for 7 months. Now, somehow along in those 20 years since that agreement was made, somebody flubbed the dub. Somebody did not keep up their end of the maintenance. I want to make sure that that field is not dangerous, that there's no rocks and depressions, and I want to make sure it's a quality field for everybody to play on, not just Coral Shores, but the community softball teams and the ladies softball and everybody else that uses that field in the 7 months that it belongs to the public. So please, when you sign this agreement, this interlocal agreement, the continuation thereof, I hope that the maintenance of the field is delineated clearly, and that the final outcome is that the field is in pristine shape 12 months of the year. I don't care who does it, but somebody didn't do it in the last 20 years, which is why we've gotten to this point where people come up and say, oh, it's just in such terrible shape. Well, it's in terrible shape because nobody paid attention. So I want to pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Van. You know, we have another coach in the room back there in the corner that works for us, because I've seen AJ out there on the football field many times during football season, rallying those guys. So AJ, just thanks for, you know, what you do made me think, I was looking back there, what you do during football season to help, you know, the coaches at Coral Shores. So who's next, Marnie?
We have a caller on Zoom with the last four numbers of 0541. Okay, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Alina Davis, Plantation Key. I have some questions about the document itself. On number 3, we talk about the opportunities to the citizens of and visitors to the village and to public school students of Monroe County. Let's remember, Founders Park belongs to the residents of the village of Islamorada and the taxpayers of the village of Islamorada. The public school students of the county is again mentioned on number 4. On number 5, duration of the agreement, 20 years. What if the agreement on the design cannot be reached? It's certainly a possibility. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's a possibility. I'm just being devil's advocate here to make sure that we at the village protect ourselves. The school board has tons of money and lots of plans, but in the end, we, the village, own Founders Park. Number 8, the village and the school board delegate authority to the village manager or designee. The school board has been discussing this plan with the village staff for 2 years, we found out, and village council and the citizens of Islamorada knew nothing about it. How did that happen? How did that happen? Number 11, the agency license. The village and school board will need to enter into a separate baseball license agreement for the use of the recreational facility. Before signing any agreement, shouldn't all the information and requirements be known? You don't sign a contract with a contractor to build your house for $1 million and then tell him that it's going to be 7,000 square feet and 3-story, right? So we need to have these details fleshed out. Again, number 12 talks about it's executed by the village manager. The village council needs to be that entity so that we, the public, have input. The number 13, billing and billing services. Billings for maintenance-related costs shall be sent to the village by the school board. Do we have any idea how much that will be? Number 14, title to tangible property upon termination of agreement. The village shall pay the school board an amount equal to the adjusted value of the recreational facility. Who decides on that value?
Hey, Alina, can we wrap it up, please?
Yes, sir. Acceptance of gifts. They are empowered to accept for the benefit of either or both of them gifts, grants, assistance, funds, or bequests. The devil is in the details. I believe that this needs to be adjusted to favor the village a bit. Right now, I see it favoring the school board a bit more, and it needs to be fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, any other public comment? Okay, public comment is now closed. Council, any further discussion, or do I hear a motion?
I have a number of questions for John.
Okay, go ahead.
I know we played phone tag today, and we just weren't able to connect. So, this original contract, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe you can tell me whether I'm remembering this correctly, the original contract looked similar to this, but it also had a list of of the improvements that were going to be made. And I think that was, do you recall seeing that? There was a list of just 10 different things. And so I think that was actually part of the original sort of blow up around how we were going to move forward with this, this whole conversation. And so when I read this contract, I think that there's some confusion about what it's actually doing, right? Because we took off that list of things because apparently we're going to talk about those later. We're going to decide later what this improvement is going to be. So, the question. So if I could just run through a couple of quick questions. The purpose. Number 3, the purpose of the agreement is relative to the provision of enhanced recreational facilities. So it strikes me that this really is discussing the enhancement of the property as opposed to simply the use. And so I wonder if we could get some clarity on that. Are we talking about, is this, and those are two different things. So what I thought this was for is for the use of the space, right? But this, to me, this term enhanced, the provision of enhanced recreation facilities is suggesting the build out, right? The enhancement, the improvements. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure how we want to move through this, but I would hope we could clarify that.
Sure. Do you want me to answer now or wait till you finish the line?
Well, I have 8 points. What's that?
It seems best to go one at a time and
Sure.
let him respond to that.
Whatever is easiest.
He
Sure.
doesn't lose track.
That's fine.
So what's the question with regard to enhanced?
Because as we move through my other concerns, maybe it'll become clear. I mean, this is a use agreement, if I'm not mistaken. This is not an agreement for anyone to build, because as we get down in here, there are references to acquisition, but no specification, acquisition of materials, but no specification of who's going to build once the stuff is acquired. So the entire contract implies that we're acquiring materials to build, but then there are holes about how
I think the
what that
contract
build-out
talks about the school district acquiring materials to build, and it talks about how that's going to be done at their cost and no cost to the village. That will be done through a separate agreement that the school district has with whomever they acquire it from. But the acquisition of materials is not a cost that's borne by the village. That's spelled out, I think, in Number 7, where it talks about the acquisition of materials, equipment, such and et cetera, shall be the responsibility of and paid for by the school board. So it talks about that specifically. That is something that is borne by the school board, not borne by the village.
Okay, so let's just come back to the term enhance. So number 7, it references acquisition of materials, but it doesn't specify who's going to build it. And I would think that we would want to clarify that, because while the school board is buying all the, I don't know, enhancements, who's going to be responsible for building? And
Well, he said they're going to have a design team, and then they're going to pick, and he'll be working with Rob, Cole, and John on this whole thing as far as the licensing.
It says the recreational facility located at the baseball field and the acquisition of materials, equipment, fixtures, metering devices, and related items shall be the responsibility of and paid for by the school board.
So that's the acquisition of the materials, but.
And the recreational facility at Founder's Park. That's the beginning part of that sentence.
The recreational facility.
Located at the baseball field and the acquisition of materials, et cetera, shall be the responsibility of and paid for by the school board.
So there is no recreational facility located at the baseball field site shown in attachment A. That's what we're going to build.
So there's one currently there, and then if they look to construct a new one, then that'll be part of the baseball field licensing agreement. But there is currently a baseball field there.
So would it be helpful to clarify the difference, because as we continue through the contract, you're using the term recreational facility and also recreational area. So what I think, and for the ease of everyone reading this, because I think lots of eyes will be on it, are you suggesting that the recreational area and recreational facility are interchangeable terms?
No, the recreational facility is the actual structure. When that term is used, there are dugouts there. There are fences. There is a backstop. There is there are bases. There are base paths. I mean, that is the recreational facility. The recreational facility does not take up the entire footprint of the area, though. So there is an area with a recreational facility inside it. There is currently a recreational facility there. We all know that the school district would like to build a new recreational facility there, and ultimately that is something that would have to come back before the village and the district to approve anything through a license agreement.
So everyone is clear that the recreational facility that you're referring to in this contract is what's there right now. We're not talking about a new one.
Any new one would have to be dealt with through the licensing agreement.
The baseball license agreement. Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's see. And then you're referring to in 11 the baseball license agreement, but then we're going to have a use agreement. I would just wonder if it would be helpful to move this forward to define these terms for people who are reading this contract and for anyone who's bound by the contract, because you've got two things.
They are defined. Use agreement is defined up in paragraph 8, a recreational use agreement. That is, and the reason why that's delegated to the manager, that is a schedule. So you have a schedule that the baseball team gets. You have, they're going to be playing, Key West, they're going to be playing whomever, and that's the schedule that comes out on February 3rd, they play whoever, and if there's a rain out, it has to be rescheduled. And so the reason why you delegate to the manager is so we don't have to come back before you all on a special meeting to deal with a rain out, or if there's a playoffs and they advance, we don't have to come back before you all to schedule the home games. It can be dealt with by the manager.
So when you're saying on 11, the village and school board will need to enter into a separate baseball license agreement of the proposed renovation, and operation of the recreational facility, the operation is something different than use? What do you?
Well, that language is included at your request, the proposed renovation and operation. But yes, so if there's yes, when you have a new facility, we will have to deal with, because there may be new components to that. So that would require the operation. There's been talk about I don't want to put words out there in the public, but if there's new components to the facility, then that would have to be dealt with in the baseball licensing agreement, that they will be, who will operate those new components that could exist. There may be none, there may be some, but we need to.
So there's no need to clarify the difference between the operation and the use of the recreational facility. Anybody normally just reading it would understand the difference between operation and use of the facility. I'm just trying to get clear here because it's unclear to me, and
Well, I think that the definitions will be defined in the agreements themselves. So each one is a separate agreement. There is a separate use agreement that the manager manager or designee will approve annually, and that will specify exactly the schedule that goes into that. And then the licensing agreement will be defined by the terms of the licensing agreement.
Okay. Provide facility schedules. Okay, so let's then on number 12, and help me understand the last part of that paragraph. So to that end, the village and the school board agree that as to the recreational facility site and in consultation with the principal, the parties will develop a mutually acceptable use agreement providing for the facility schedule executed by the village manager and the superintendent. So presumably that's saying that we can use whatever, the citizens can use that building is in the use agreement. Is that clarified here?
Yeah, the use agreement will designate when the
citizens can use whatever structure is built. Okay. Okay. And then one more question. So under billing and services, maintenance-related costs will become clear once we understand what's going to be built there.
Yeah, and that will depend upon, who's using. So when the school district's using it, I mean, that will be borne by them. When we're using it, it'll be borne by us. But since we don't have the schedule right now, we don't know exactly the pro rata allocation.
So the baseball agreement that we don't have in front of us is going to describe like who's maintaining the roof or a structural repair or of the building. Are we going to see that in the baseball license agreement? As opposed to we're paying for, water and lights. It doesn't, I didn't see that breakdown. If there's like, who's cleaning the bathrooms, who's that kind of thing. That's not in this agreement.
Yeah, no, that's not in this agreement. This is more like an umbrella agreement. But
so we'll see that in this baseball license agreement, which is not in front of us.
I believe so, yes.
I think it's a good idea. So then, okay, yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Anybody else have anything? Any questions? No? Do I hear a motion?
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
One thing, I know that this is the beginning of something. It's going to take a long time. It's not going to happen right away, that's for sure. And there will be many, many questions, some trivial and some very important. But the first thing I see is the initial agreement of 20 years with 2 10-year options. We're talking about 40 years. And the only way they get out, or we get out, is a 2-year declaration of getting out of the contract. That kind of scares me a little bit. We're talking about 40 years, and the rest of all your questions, to me, are held by the wayside. We're talking about 40 years of your questions. That's a long time.
I would say think of this as a 2-year agreement with the 2-year termination clause, because you could sign it today, well, not today, would say sign it X date, you could turn around and terminate it the next day, but obviously with the 2-year provision.
You have to give 2 years.
Yeah, and part of that is, part of that is for the village too, so that we can, if it's going to be terminated, that we can absorb the costs, we can absorb everything, and then part of it obviously is for the district so that they can.
It works both ways.
Yeah.
I'm just saying initially, we're talking about 40 years.
Yeah, if nobody terminates, and it would automatically renew and continue on for 40. Yeah.
Right. That's a long time. I don't care how old you are. That's a long time.
Henry, it's already been over 20 years, I think, hadn't it?
Yes.
John, it's already
Yeah.
Understand?
25 years.
But the conditions of the city and I don't know, You've been here long enough. I've been here long enough. A lot of conditions and the way people look at things have changed over 20 years. We've been here in excess of 50 years. 40 years is a long time.
I understand.
That's all I'm
Do
saying.
we not want to have baseball in?
I didn't say to bag this situation, but I don't know, maybe 10 years with a couple of 10-year options or something like that. I don't know. 4 years is a long contract for anything. Anyway, that's my feeling. I'm one.
Come on, Rich.
Go ahead, Richie.
The existing contract, by the way, is for 40 years. It parallels, the language is identical to this. It's just repurposed. It's 20 years. I've got a copy of it here, and I also have the baseball agreement. And it's as I mentioned before, it is consistent with what the interlocal agreement is down at the Station 20 and the monument and the public parks and so forth. There's an escape clause like every other contract. You guys want to get out of it, there's 2 years to get out of it. So it's not 40, it's really 2 years, as Mr. Quick stated. And frankly, as I said before, we simply don't have Plan B. There may be maybe a time where it becomes convenient and both entities get together and say, hey, we found a parcel over here that we can work with. Actually, Sharon and I talked about that. That's entirely possible. But it isn't right. It isn't today, and we had to have a continuance of our baseball program. We got feeder systems all throughout this community that start with 5-year-olds, and if there's nothing to play for when you get to high school, I don't know how to go into that. I think we all can agree. But to the point, there is an escape clause. It's 2 years from notice, according to this. As I said, it's honestly. It's repurposed what was there. We are really in the 3rd year of that first extension, but inexplicably, nobody has a signed contract. Now, I'm talking about the school board, and nobody from the village has one, and yet we all have pictures. A lot of us were there. A lot of us were there for the groundbreaking. So we know that both entities agreed to this contract. I think we could safely assume that everybody was on board when they broke ground, because it was both the village representatives and the school board representatives. So they agreed to the existing one.
Vice Mayor, you want to say something?
I want to say that as long as the community will have the ability to discuss the look and everything, and as long as we can continue to talk, make changes as they come up, and that this is just the first step, and there's a long way to go here. And as long as the school board realizes that the people in this town are just as important as the children who are playing baseball, that's all I'm looking for. So I move to approve this as being the first step. And as long as we can keep the communication going and input from everybody, I think we need to move forward with this. I just do.
Thank you, Ms. Vire. And to your point, this is the interlocal agreement that we're talking about. This was the pre-existing one. This is the baseball licensing agreement. So it's much more comprehensive, much more detailed.
Why don't we have that? Why don't we have that?
No, I'm sorry. This is the one from 2000.
Talking about the old one.
I'm talking about the old one. I didn't mean to muddy the water.
But we've got a motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor. So we have to.
So do I hear a second? Thanks, Rich.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
So, John, could you just send us that baseball license agreement?
Yeah, I mean, it's not done. I mean, we're still drafting it. So, I mean, what Mr. Russell was referring to was the one from 2001 or whatever.
So when
but it will come back before you all. You will see it all, and
when is that? Go ahead, Rob.
I just want to add that the baseball license agreement, it would be a little bit premature to circulate because it also is going to be the product of a public engagement process that informs terms and conditions of it. So if we look at it
We'll
now,
do number 5.
it would not reflect the public process that needs to take place before we get there. That's all. So I think it's just a little bit staged, not ripe. Let me put it that way. Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on to tab 5, which is Vince.
Yeah, Tab 5 is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, approving the final rankings and recommendations of the RFP 24-04 Evaluation Committee for selection of a contractor for the surveillance camera system project, authorizing the village manager and village attorney to negotiate an agreement for the requested services, authorizing the village manager to execute the agreement, approving a budget amendment, authorizing the village manager to expend budgeted funds, and providing an effective date.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. This project started with replacing the current video system in our lobbies and the parking lot at Village Hall. I got requests from the park, the marina, and Public Works to get that corner over there. And no matter what happens with Public Works, those cameras will move or they might stay on the pool. So I just want to make that clear too. There's some issues that have been happening in the park here and there. Last night, some kids snuck in the pool.
Somebody jumped in the pool.
Yeah, and there was also a theft, I think, down at the marina.
Okay.
So there's been things going on here. We have a license plate reader now at the front gate, so we can see who's coming in at least. But we need video surveillance too.
Okay.
And Village Hall's been lacking for the past almost year and a half. They work, but not really. So that's what got us to where we're at today. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Council, any questions for Vince? If not, can we open public comment? We have any public comment, Marnie?
Let me double check on Zoom. I don't believe so. 1 second.
Oh, I don't know. Ask.
No, sir.
I'll make a motion to accept the proposal.
Well,
Okay.
you pulled it. I thought maybe you might have a reason why you pulled it. No?
Well, I had some phone calls, and I'm just
Okay.
complying with.
All right.
Okay.
So,
I didn't know if you had something specific in
okay.
mind.
All right, Marnie, no public comment. Did I hear? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So Henry made a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right. We got a motion and a second. Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin. Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
Thank you, Council.
You're welcome. All right. So, Mark, we're going to take a break now? Okay. Can we take a break, guys, for 5 to 7 minutes?
5 to 7. 6 and a half.
Back to order. I've been told it's already been longer than 7 minutes to get up here and get it going.
I have something to say first, okay?
Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Mahoney.
During the break, I had several texts from some wonderful people in this community who greatly care. So I took the time to talk to our manager, Rob, and our lawyer, John. And they are going to make the changes that were suggested about the council having more say in, should I word that? You guys jump in there.
Well, I mean, I think if you want to do that, it would be a motion to reconsider with specifics. But so what you were looking for, and then I can go through. I went through the agreement to identify where it would be and what it would be. Is that
baseball field?
I'm sorry. This is tab X. Yes.
Sorry.
Is that in the locations where it talks about the manager or designee, that in certain, you may want that to be council and not the manager.
Yes.
Or designee. So I went through the agreement. There are 3 paragraphs that talk about the manager or designee. The first one is paragraph 8, and that is the use agreement. That's the one we talked about, which is the schedule for when the high school uses the field, if there's any modifications, like I said, for rainouts or playoffs. That's one area where it talks about the manager or designee, so that would not come back before council. The other is in section 12, which is access to the recreational areas, and that also is tied to the use agreement, so the same thing. And it's talking about the manager or designee with the use agreement. The only other place that it talks about the manager or a designee is actually for notices. If there's notices that have to be sent for purposes of any communication or invoices or whatever it might need to be, that gets sent. It talks about the manager. Everything else comes back to the council. So anything, if it's going to modify the field, if there's going to be construction issues, all of that as drafted is going to have to come back before the council. So so there's really only 2 items that go to the manager. So those would be what you would be talking about if you want those to go to the council or not. Although, at least for notices, I recommend that you specify a specific person.
Okay, I understand. I just want to make sure that the people know that this is their park just as much as it is going to be for Coral Shores, and that I want to take all their considerations into what we do. And so I would like to, and it's not stepping on your toes, but just so we feel like we function as a group. So thank you.
All right. Okay, Vice Mayor, you finished?
Yes, I think I am.
Okay, so we're going to move on to tab 6.
Tab 6 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving the ranking of the RFP 24-06 Evaluation Committee for design and installation of an inclusive playground for Founders Park Beach, authorizing the village manager and village attorney to negotiate an agreement and providing an effective date.
All right, Maria?
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This item is here in front of you tonight. It was an item that we budgeted this year. And it was seemed to be a pretty important item, not only for the council here, but for our residents. We have a big request to upgrade our facility that we have right now, and that's our playground. So the staff decided to move forward with this item since it was a budgeted item, and that's why it is in front of you tonight. So we went out for an RFP to the 2 contractors. We received 5 different contractors put in bids. At that point in time, there was an evaluation committee. The evaluation committee reviewed all those RFPs and re-ranked them. Playmore was the highest ranked company. This company provided 3 different proposals. All of those did. All those companies provided different designs. We love their designs. All 3 designs had concepts. They all were related around the ocean, nature themes. It was just really kind of the imagination that we would want for Founders Park. So that's why we ranked them the highest. We also have a relationship with this company they put in the inclusive playground at Library Park. So, and they also installed the playground that we have now. So we do have a really good working relationship with them. So basically what this agenda item is in front of you now is just approving the ranking of the companies. Okay, this, the design plan is not set yet. We will have to bring that back to you with the actual design. We have a thought behind that is also including residents for input, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, getting input from them on the actual design. There are some other items that are related to this. We did put in an application for TDC funding. So there is an application that is with TDC right now. In June, they will be looking at that application, and hopefully we will be awarded that funding. Okay, we have a very good reputation and also a very good track record of obtaining TDC funding for projects like this. So that is a positive, and like I said, I think we'll know more in June. And I know there's also other things on the table too when it comes to Founders Park, the overall master plan and all that. So there's a lot of things in the works, but we feel that we can move forward with this because again, it's only the ranking to us that we can negotiate with this company, talk to them about our plans and what we would like to do in the future. Otherwise, we cannot move forward with anything, and we'll have to go out to bid. So that is something that we could do, is just hold off and wait, but I guess that's up to your council to decide that. So hopefully I explained everything pretty well, and if you have any questions.
Well, I just want to jump in here and say that when I very first got on council, some of my friends came into town, and I don't know if they thought I'd be like standing in the middle of the field or whatever, but they came here looking for me, and their daughter is handicapped. And one of the first things I asked for when I got on council is, why isn't our playground ADA compliant? So I am thrilled that you took the initiative, you guys went out and did it. And I know we are talking about a master plan for the park, but I don't see where the playground could go anywhere. It's such a great location for children. It's near the beach, it's near the nature. So I want to give you your kudos for taking the ball and running with it, because I didn't know if anybody heard me when I said that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, Maria. I intend to support your this motion tonight, but I just wanted to ask a question that you are aware we have an RFP out for an, I don't know what we would call it, overhaul of the entire Founders Park design.
Sure.
Do you foresee, I mean, we're going to go forward with this tonight to keep it rolling. Do you foresee the actual design and construction of this planning element dovetailing with what we're going to be doing? Do you know if we have enough time for the the overall park plan to include what you're doing?
Well, that is the plan. So your next meeting in June, we will be bringing to the council the ranking of the proposals that came in for the master plan. So we had, I think it was four companies that put in proposals for the master plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we ranked them, and we will be coming back to you with that in June.
Okay.
So once, council decides on what company that you'd like to go forward with, then obviously that allows the manager to start negotiations with that company.
It sounds like they're kind of going almost parallel.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the plan.
End of questions. Thank you.
Well, could I just, did you want to say something?
I was just going to highlight that Maria and I were chatting, and she had a wonderful idea, in that the timing for these will, in terms of negotiating contracts with both the master plan company and the playground company, come together to the extent where we can rely on, at least in part, the master plan firm and their professionalism to help make sure that what we're doing on the park playground equipment dovetails with their process, even if they have to kind of rejigger exactly what they're going to do first. But they will dovetail, and Maria was indicating to me that was the plan.
So can I just understand very clearly in a different language that that we're approving this, but the design will be stalled until we understand through the park renovation where it's going to go. Are we clear on that?
I think what we're trying to do is to, one, get permission from council to begin negotiating with this vendor. When we have that authority, then we'll reach out to that vendor and let them know, look, we have a master plan that's also going to be proceeding through contract award, and try to see if we can blend those two schedules together such that if there is any prospective change in location, which many people have weighed in on saying they don't really think that's going to happen, but we'll have a professional master planner that would have the depth and breadth of experience to give us their professional perspective on that question too, potentially early on in that process. So our plan would be negotiate with both, let the playground equipment company know that we have, coming on the heels of their contract award or thereabouts, the master plan company coming on, and as soon as we get authority to begin negotiating with the master plan entity, we will have a very early conversation with them and get their professional temperature about how and when we can move forward with the inclusive playground. If they say, don't touch it, then we'll have a conversation about don't touch it, and we'll try to negotiate with the playground company saying, okay, can you guys hang on long enough based on what we're hearing from the master plan firm to make that fit in a coherent way. So it's a conversation we don't know the answer to yet, but we are committed to at least trying to merge those two together. And if the cards come down that we have to, stall one, then we'll have that conversation. If on the other hand, and we're more optimistic on this hand, those two things can move forward at an expedited basis for the playground, we'd like to try and do that. But that's not to say we will.
So that was an interestingly long answer for what I was hoping was a yes, we're going to wait. Because as someone who has spent, I bet, 7 more years of my entire life at that playground than any of you have, I feel very passionate about this particular space. I am thrilled that we're moving forward on the ADA component. I am intimately familiar with that entire, oh my God, I almost said a swear word, that playground. and I think that in case you're not hearing from the stakeholders who use that, I think there is actually a very strong reason to think about moving that from where it is into the corner possibly, so that you could actually have a game of, anyway, could go on and on. So I appreciate that we're having, that whole bunch of women with children would be happy to see those two conversations happen in a robust manner with like a very close scrutiny. And I could go on, but I think you get the point. So thank you for thinking about the RFP and then the park moving forward together.
Yeah, so Maria, the only thing I take my 2.5-year-old grandson there, and I take my 6.5-year-old to the park in Key West. The only thing that I think we really need to think about is that I've seen some other mothers that are there with their kids, is that sometimes the way the sun is in Key West, it's a problem. So there needs to be a sun sail that keeps, because when it gets hot and these kids got shorts on, it'll burn. It can, I couldn't even hold my hand on it one day. So I just would like to make sure that that's in consideration.
Shade is a component.
Yeah, the slides especially, that they're shaded so the sun doesn't barrel on them.
Maybe we could put solar panels over them.
That's true.
I'm joking, but hey, you never know.
Henry. But anyways, I think it's great. There are a lot of people that use that, and that use the one there at Public Beach at Alamorada Park, and yeah.
And the TDC funding, if we receive the funding for that, we cannot start the project until after October anyway. So you're still looking at extending that time. So I think we're going to have time to be able to do everything. Okay. That's the plan.
Okay, Henry?
I'm glad to hear that there is a plan about to happen. Yeah. Did you have the opportunity to check with the county? Because they put in the equipment at the library. We're presently putting in equipment at Harry Harris Park. Just
Well, the Library Park is our park,
Henry, we
and that,
put that
and
in.
AJ
That
was
was
in
us.
charge of that
We
project.
put that in?
Yeah.
Village, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We voted on it. You voted on it.
I know that, but the libraries are a county situation.
We lease it from. No, but that's our park.
Okay, all right. Forget
So,
it.
yes, and it's
Anyway,
beautiful. They
anyway,
did a great job.
The county is putting in equipment at Harry Harris Park, just for your own.
And they also put in new equipment at Key Largo Community Park, and that's gorgeous as well, so.
Just thought I
You
mentioned.
get a lot of ideas when you visit other parks. So, thank you.
All right. Anybody got any other questions for Maria? Are we finished? All right. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Public comment. Marnie, any public comment?
Yes, Deb Gillis.
Deb Gillis, Alamorada, I just urge you to pass it and get it in place as soon as possible. The TDC grant would be a factor in that you can't use that money until October, maybe November, I forget. But if you think about your overall park plan, it's going to take a while because that overall plan will come back to you for approval. So think about that. So I'm sorry, I hate to put a bug in it, but there is the possibility, and I don't know why you couldn't, that the equipment could be relocated if the new overall plan highly suggested that it be moved.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Deb. Any other public comment, Marnie?
No, sir.
Okay. Public comment is now closed. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Yes, motion to approve.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Yes. Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
So we're moving on to tab 7.
Tab 7 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, ratifying increasing authorized purchases from FJ Nugent and Associates, Inc. through the end of fiscal year 2023 to 2024, authorizing village manager to expend budgeted funds and providing for an effective date.
AJ?
Good evening. Yes, this is to increase our budgeted funds for FJ Nugent from the $122,000 that is currently approved. We have approached that and are very close to it, and it's increasing another $50,000 to $172,000 to make way through the rest of the fiscal year. The reason for the increase, we had a couple unforeseen circumstances last month. We had a couple force main breaks, and then which caused a couple of the grinder pumps to burn up, and those parts and everything for the repairs of those. One of those breaks, we will be seeking funds for reimbursement from the utility contractor that broke the line. So those funds will be received or recovered. The other incident that we had was a duplex station that the casing for the tank had cracked and it had a lot of I&I coming in. So we tried to patch it and make repairs to it temporarily, but ultimately had to completely replace the pit itself.
You're putting a poly tank back in there, right?
Correct.
All right.
But
Was it a fiberglass, you said?
it was a fiberglass tank, yeah.
All right. All right. Council, any questions for AJ? No? Okay. AJ, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Marnie, any public comment for this?
I don't believe so. Let me double check on Zoom. No, sir.
Okay. Public comment is now closed then. Council?
Just for the public comment.
Okay. No public comment, so I closed it already, Henry. So do I hear a motion from anybody on this?
Move for approval.
All right.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. Marnie, motion is second. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we are on to tab 8, is that correct?
Yes.
I believe so.
Tab 8 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, amending the 2024 total amount of non-residential floor area and residential dwelling units quarterly allocations and the distribution of allocations between categories of the building permit allocation system for 2024 and providing for an effective date.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Council. Good evening. Jennifer DeBoer, Planning Director. I'm here this evening for your amended 2024 Building Permit Allocation System Quarterly Distribution Schedule. Section 30-474E of the Code of Ordinances requires that you establish a total amount of non-residential floor area residential dwelling units that may be available for the next annual Building Permit Allocation System allocations, the quarterly allocations for that year, and the distribution of its allocation between the categories. You may recall in November of 2023, the Council voted to establish the total amount of non-residential floor area and affordable residential dwelling units made available for 2024. The Village Council subsequently adopted the Comprehensive Plan Amendment establishing additional non-residential floor area, additional market rate allocations, and the criteria and allocation schedule for the 300 workforce early evacuation affordable housing units, which required an amendment to the adopted 2024 distribution schedule, which is in front of you this evening. The attached resolution proposes the distribution schedule as follows. The amount of non-residential floor area available for allocation in 2024 is 20,261 square feet, which is 13,091 square feet rolled over from 2023, plus an additional 7,170 square feet from the Comprehensive Plan Amendment adopted in 2024. The proposed schedule allows the square footage to roll over from quarter to quarter. There are 2 affordable housing allocations available for distribution in 2024, rolled over from 2023. The proposed distribution schedule allows those to continue to roll over from quarter to quarter. There are 30 workforce affordable of early evacuation housing units allocations available from the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. The proposed distribution schedule allows the allocations to roll over from quarter to quarter. And there are 10 market rate residential allocations available from the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. The proposed distribution schedule allows for 5 allocations with land dedication and 2 allocations without land dedication available for award in quarter 2, and 0 allocations available for quarter 3, and 0 allocations available for quarter 4. At this time, staff recommends the adoption of this resolution.
Okay. Council, any questions?
I have a question. I'm just not sure if I heard this correctly. For the market rate on quarter 1, we've already given out 2. Is that why we have, or
no,
3?
market rate, we haven't given out any. We didn't have any to give out. Market rate.
So how, I'm sorry to just thick-headed tonight.
It's okay.
In section 5, it says quarter 2, there'll be 5 market rate for land dedication, 2 without.
Correct.
That's 7?
Correct.
But we have 10?
That's correct. And we'll give out, I believe it's 2 next year and 1 the following year. That was what the comp plan amendment had outlined.
So it's inconsistent with this?
It is consistent with that.
It is?
It is. We had indicated we would give out 5 with land dedication and 2 without land dedication in 2024, 2 without land dedication in 2025, and 1 without land dedication in 2026.
Is that, how can we have 10 for this year?
We don't have 10 for this year.
What does paragraph or section 4 say?
I said there are 10 total available from the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay.
The proposed schedule allows for 5 and 2 this year, which is 7.
The remainder of residential allocations for 24 is 10 market rate.
I don't know, where, are you reading from, what are you
I'm
reading?
reading section 4. I'm looking at the resolution.
Okay.
And it says, the remainder of residential allocations for 2024 is 10 market rate. Is that correct?
No, I'm sorry, that's a typo. I was reading from something else.
First page with
Yeah, that's what I was reading from as well, sorry. So that should say 7.
Okay, now the math works.
Section 4, okay, that should say 7 instead of 10.
So, I want to say something else. I'm going to light the dynamite again. Consistent with my remarks that I made earlier tonight, without the intention of becoming incendiary again, I think we would be better served and we would do a better job for the public if we were to postpone allocations from 2024 to 2025 and 2026. And adjust or correct Section 4 from 7 to 0 and Section 5 to 0 for market rate.
Let me give you a lighter. No.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve with those changes.
Okay.
I would say we need to see if there's a second. If there is, reminder that we need to open this up for public comment.
I forgot about public comment. Oh, I said I'll make that motion. We'll wait till do that until after public comment.
Because I was going to say because there was no lack of a second. I mean, there was a lack of a second, so motion dies. Okay, public comment is now open.
Okay, we have several folks who'd like to speak here. We have Deb Gillis, Ty Harris, Donna Cabrera, Louise Martinez, and Don Horton.
Somebody tall was here. Okay, Deb Gillis, Isla Mirada. I answered one of my own questions. So down in the section on the market rate on the staff report, it says for 5 allocations. I would just urge you to at least pass the 5, do the 5 for the people that have been waiting forever. If you want to have a discussion on a long term of everything else, with the exception of one other area, and slow that down so that you can have what I'll call a master plan of how you want to distribute those, that's one thing. But not those 5. Those 5 need to move ahead. We have put those people off over and over and over and over. So those need to move ahead. Everything else you can do what you want, with the exception of, which is not in this, administrative reliefs. You have 2, I believe, on Thursday nights. It is not right to pull that out from underneath those 2. Now, the remainder of them, which I think leaves 33, or I don't remember how many we got left now. If you want to put out a notice that we're going to change the rules, that's fine. But not on the 2 that at the table. It's just not very fair. They've put in their money, they've put in their time. I just believe that they need to make sure that those 2 move forward, only because they weren't given any other notice. We did this one other time with market rates. We came to the table that night and said, "Oh no, we're not putting them out tonight." That's not exactly fair. That's not right. And the only other thing I can say along the same lines is that it's in here and not in here all at the same time, to make sure that we don't have land dedication abilities still on a moratorium, that we have actually taken that off the table. Because I think that was the intent, was to take it off the table, but we put a moratorium on because we could do that quicker than actually eliminating them. And maybe it's just done through acceptance, but it's all tied to this allocation stuff. Thank you.
Marnie, who's next, please?
Good evening, everybody. Ty Harris, 110 Plantation Shores Boulevard, Tavernier, Florida. I represent a couple of people that are impacted by this distribution schedule. The first are the land dedication 5, and also some of the folks that are due affordable housing allocations. There are lots of implications to not adopting this schedule tonight. The land dedication folks should be back in front of you in July. The quarter closes the last day in June. So if you don't adopt this schedule, then that throws your entire second quarter off. It also may impact Buddy Collins, who was here last month. And his affordables are coming also out of the distribution schedule. So there are unintended consequences for not implementing your distribution schedule, which is essentially implementing your comprehensive plan that we've already had these discussions and you've already agreed. And so it's just part of the process in order to move forward with your first allocation in July. So with that, I know there are other people that want to speak to this, and I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ty. Who's next, Marnie?
Donna Cabrera.
Donna Cabrera, Land Dedication. I just wanted to sincerely thank council members and staff for what I feel like was just a sabotage from you, Mark. And I know we're not supposed to take it personal, but it feels like it. We've been going through this. It's so emotional. My heart is beating now. Always I wind up crying up here. We've been through multiple mayors, councils, staff, and I feel like we're finally, tonight, we were ready to celebrate and be at the finish line. And I just want to sincerely thank you for, doing the right thing for us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Donna. Who's next?
Luis Martinez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Luis Martinez, 400 Palm Drive, Alamorada. Me and my family are ones of the land dedication. I think it's very important that you guys get through with this and we don't keep getting pushed back, because myself, I gave up a property that was in B-Pass to be able to build with my father so I can live here with my kids. So this is very rough on me, giving up a property that was already in B-Pass as land dedication. And every time that I think we're almost there, we get dumped and we get pushed back. So I would really urge that we get forward with this, please. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Louis. Who's next, Marnie?
Don Horton.
Again, for the record, I'm Don Horton, 47 Schooner Bay Road. You know, since 1992, we followed the rules, and since incorporation, we followed the rules. The folks who've been sitting on pins and needles, hoping to bubble themselves up to the top, feel like they're about to get the shaft. That shaft is coming from one person, mostly. And those who have been promised the permits, like the Cabreras, the other folks that spoke, and those that haven't, actually Buddy Collins, who's been promised a permit, promised reservations, promised to be able to build 8 affordable housing units this community needs. So I'm just asking you, please stop governing by crisis, maintain consistency, and adopt the distribution schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Who's next, Marnie?
On Zoom, we have Mr. Helker is back.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Helker. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, just checking. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. So I had a totally different discussion prepared earlier. It was much in line with Donna's. Thank you very much for doing the right thing. Now I just want to talk about the previous conversation that we had about changing now that we're, kind of at the finish line, moving the goalpost. So awarding to what would be just the most expensive lots is not only preposterous, it's just downright offensive. Let's award the most expensive lots so we save $1 or $2 here and there, maybe, is just ridiculous, especially when we voted unanimously to go ahead and do what is on the proposal right now. Second thought, if you're assigning value to lots, keep in mind that everyone we're talking about here with the land dedication, we've all put in 2 lots, not just 1. So double the value. So if you're thinking you're only going to get sued for 1, you're going to get sued for 2, because now the other lot is utterly useless too. It's going to happen either way. You've got, I don't know how many, 70 people on the list. 70 people are going to sue the village for loss of use. And you're trying to save, I don't know what it might be, a few $100,000. I mean, you're talking about a $50 million lawsuit, I would imagine. And then last comment here, we've had 3 or 4 years to talk about and think about and consider exactly what Mark brought up earlier. And if this is the first time y'all are thinking about it, that's a little bit ridiculous because the rest of the village has been talking about it for literally years. So I find it a little bit odd. The timing of this comes up out of the blue right now without real apparent reason. Hey, let's hit the brakes again, move the goalpost, and go back on doing what we said we were going to do and unanimously voted to do just a couple of months ago. And, Henry is a great champion. He said a few months ago, he doesn't like changing the rules. And here we are, just changing the rules. We've always done exactly what it says in the ordinances. We've always done exactly what we were supposed to do. We kept getting pushed to the sideline for no good reason. No one's ever been able to explain to me why that happened. And here we are on the finish line, and all of a sudden the finish line moves again. I think it's preposterous. That's my 2 cents worth in my 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marnie, anybody else?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay.
Oh,
signed up.
I'm sorry, John. Dan Cadenhead.
Van Cadenhead. I've been watching this circus as long as it's been going on, and I have to side with the people that don't want to move the goalpost. We made promises, we made stipulations. They've done everything they were supposed to do, and the time has come to do the right thing. So let's get this done with tonight, so we don't have to mess with it anymore. And let's get some building going on that these people have been waiting for years, and have paid big money as far as donating property to the village. So it's just unconscionable to think about going back at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Van. Marnie, anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Public comment is now closed. All right. We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second or not? All right. That for lack of a second, that motion fails. Do I hear anything different?
I just want to make a comment or two regarding some of the statements made at the podium. I think Deb Gillis said it would be unfair. We were all saying that it's unfair to move the goalpost at the last minute. I totally agree with you. It is very unfair. And I'm suggesting being unfair, so I want that to be clear. Donna Cabrera said that it seems like I'm sabotaging her. I agree that it seems that way. If I were in her seat, I'd say the same thing. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's not at all. It's very difficult to sit here and promote an unpopular position. And I think you know me well enough that I normally don't do things like that. And I hope that you would understand that for me to try to do that, to offer it, to suggest it, I should have a pretty good reason. And the reason is I've sat here for 20 years, off and on. I've seen BPAS slowly glide down to where it's at now. And we're at the end, and suddenly the picture becomes clear. The speaker that was on the phone, said, why do we need to do this at the last minute? Well, the last minute looks like we're going to have a wreck. And it's true that the lot dedication people are putting 2 lots up in place of 1. It's fantastic. I think they're wonderful to do that. I'm on their side, but I'm also on the side of everybody that lives here. And I see, from my standpoint, having been in court a time or two, the possibility of us paying out a lot of money, but we have a chance here to mitigate that somewhat. So if you follow my suggestion, those 5 people are going to be very angry, and they will be treated unfairly. And there is a remedy for that, and it's a payment. So we have a choice. We can pay them, we can buy their property or compensate them in some way for that. And then that will allow us to use our resources more effectively, more efficiently to offset what we know is liability for those who are at the bottom of the list or further down the list and those who haven't joined the list. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'll say on camera, I apologize that this comes at the last minute and you feel like you're being sabotaged. That's not what I'm trying to do. It is not personal in any way. I don't know you well enough, good or bad, to have a personal feeling for you that way, other than you're nice people. I do know that. I've spoken with Donna on the phone. Same for everyone else here who's been in that. It's not personal. I just want us to look at this from a not personal perspective, what we're facing. We have a bigger problem. I'm suggesting one way we can start to address trying to solve that. So I don't have anything else to say.
Well, good, I have something else to say. I appreciate your thoughts, but I move to approve this wholeheartedly and right now, so.
Do I hear a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right. So, Marnie, we got a motion and a second to approve what Jennifer read. Is that correct, John? How Jennifer said? Okay.
Yeah, with the modification that was requested in
the one that said 7 instead of 10.
section 4 to change it to reflect 7 instead of 10.
Okay. All right. All right. So.
I'll say something if I could. I want to make sure I'm going where I want to go.
Okay.
There's a group of people that we approved at the last meeting.
Yeah.
And I'd like them to be approved with this.
Then follow my lead.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
All right. So, Marnie, we have a motion and we have a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
No.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, we're going to move on to tab 9.
Tab 9 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, accepting the donation of a fireboat from Islamorada Firefighters Benevolent Association, approving a donation agreement in connection with the acceptance of the fireboat, authorizing the village manager to execute the donation agreement, providing for the finance director to make the appropriate changes to the village financial statements to reflect the acceptance of the asset, providing for the fire chief to establish a marine-based emergency response program, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, council. Again, this is not the first time you've heard this. This is a gap that we've identified in our ability to respond out on the water due to some change of a paradigm shift with the assets with the Coast Guard and also with some funding with FWC. They're just not as plentiful as they used to be before. So with that, for the past probably 6 years, I've been trying to chase down options to bring aboard a boat to facilitate helping out on marine calls. Having no luck chasing that, I did unfortunately have the pleasure of meeting Miss June Smith, was made aware of her fight to bring a marine emergency response team program into Monroe County. I also had the luxury of meeting and having a few meetings with all the water resources, all the fire chiefs throughout the county, and through the West Coast where the MERT program has actually started and very well endorsed and doing really well. Met Rep Mello. Rep Mello is the district house rep for that area for Collier County and Charlotte and I believe Lee. So she actually took it upon herself the last session to go forward to chase this. At one of the meetings where we were trying to coordinate on how to bring this program aboard, I was made aware of a vessel that was taken out of service from North Collier. It being late in the budget cycle, I knew I didn't have it in the budget then. Bringing it the last meeting before the adoption was not the appropriate time. So I chased other avenues to secure the asset, knowing that if I followed proper channels, waiting and RFPing and all that good stuff, we would have lost our ability to chase that asset. So the Islamorada Firefighters Benevolent Association chased down the boat for us. It is actually sitting at the marina as we speak. We've done some training with the Coast Guard. As we speak now, currently Ocean Reef has a vessel and Key West has a vessel. They're in process of getting a second vessel. Marathon has a retired sheriff's office vessel, but it does not have the ability to carry patients, slide them in the back, and it does not have a fire pump capability. There is a county-wide effort to actually move forward for the county to pick up a boat, Marathon to pick up an actual fire boat, Key Largo EMS and Fire to pick up a boat, and Islamorada. That'll be coming back to you later in July. This is the actual dedication of the 2006 Twin V that's back there, and the establishment of a MERT program. We're going to use that vessel as a stopgap until we get a new vessel through the appropriations that Rep. Mello and Rep. Mooney fought so hard for us through the session this year. That's about it. I mean, everything else is in the council communication. The budget impact annually, we've estimated, again, going between what I can know from Ocean Reef, what I know from Key West, and then polling about 5 or 6 other departments that have like vessels in a MERT program on the West Coast. Again, there's, in Collier County alone, I believe, or Lee County alone, there's 32 different vessels, 32 different departments. Some of them are jet skis, some of them are little single tiller Zodiacs. I can't compare what we're putting on the water to those, so I eliminated those. I reached out to the departments that have like vessels, like staffing, stuff of that nature, figured out what their impacts were, kind of averaged them all out. So between staffing, maintenance, fuel, new equipment that we need to procure, loose equipment, insurance, and all fuel expenses and everything, the total annual is less than about 50 grand a year is what we've estimated it at. Again, going off of what we know from other departments that are already doing it. We already have 14 staff members that are currently trained. The concept is not to bring additional personnel on. As it stands now, when the assets are available, we go to where the FWC or Coast Guard boat is. Our crew jumps on their boat, we respond to calls. Unfortunately, that ability to jump on a Coast Guard boat or FWC vessel is a fleeting hope lately. We had a call a month and a half ago. It's an hour and 10 minutes to get a boat to a vessel. I could have thrown a 3-ounce lead and hit from the docks off of the Lorelei. It's just not acceptable when we can stop that gap. We can close that gap and help our community. So we have 14 members that are already trained up, commensurate with the Coast Guard and all that good stuff. We've taken the NASBLA course. We're not proposing full additional staffing. We're going to utilize the staff that is on duty now, so we're not creating new positions. I think that's enough babbling on my part, so I'm here if you have any questions.
Council, any questions for the chief? All right, Chief, I guess no questions for you. So can we open public comment, Marnie? Any public comment for this?
We have no one signed up and no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Raise your hand, Van.
Van can't.
See, I would just urge a 5-0 vote on this. This is a plus win-win. We're a waterfront community. We need this, and the price is right. And the research has been done by the chief, and he assures me that we have a plan in place for a $300,000 grant for a new boat, but that's a long way down the road. So this is a stopgap measure, but it's a measure that's with a good boat, and he's already told you all the ramifications of the research he's done. So I'd urge 5-0. Thank you.
Marnie, if no other public comment?
We do have a hand raised on Zoom at the moment from District 82. Okay, District 82, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is Representative Lauren Mello, and thank you all so much for taking the opportunity to listen to Chief Abel. I also want to thank many of you for coming up and seeing me in my district office in Tallahassee. And I just wanted to take a moment to let you know that I am very supportive of what Chief Abel is proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
That's really it?
That's it? All right. So, if we don't have any more questions for the chief, do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
We did. I already asked that, but nobody said anything. Yeah, okay. Okay, well.
Yeah, I feel like I still have lots of unanswered questions here. I'm very concerned about this figure of $50,000, and It's, I just find it hard to believe that that will be the cost of operating this program. And and I never vote against fire stuff, ever. Like, I can't wait to vote for your new truck coming down the way, but it sounds to me like we're initiating this, like we're the leaders here in creating this program, and what I would like to see is some real fleshing out of what this brand new program looks like in the county with our fellow fire stations, and I just don't see it. And maybe it's not here, and maybe that's already in place. Like, we all know that there are going to be boats up and down this island chain. I mean, we just listened to Richard Clark tell us it's impossible to run a transit system in 112 miles. And I just wish I had more information here. And I do not want to be the person to not vote for this, but I also, I just wish there were more information here.
So the MERT program is nothing new. I'm not recreating the wheel. I'm simply migrating. I'm being the spearhead of the tip to migrate what already is tried and true in other departments and counties throughout Florida. I'm moving it to Monroe County because the gap's been identified. So I'm not recreating the wheel, and I've got letters of support countywide. I've got letters of support to a state and federal level. I've got 30 letters you didn't see because I didn't want to inundate your inbox or the back of this agenda item with more letters of support for us taking the point and trying to run forward and bring this. The reason you're seeing it first from me is because, yes, I got a boat sitting 300 yards from me as we stand. They don't. They're waiting on the appropriations, and they have to order the boat. So I am ahead of the curve, luckily, and I'm proud to be that person again leading the charge for Monroe County. But I'm not recreating the wheel. And again, the numbers I've pulled, this is a pilot program for Alamrata and kind of for the county as a whole. The numbers that I've provided you is what the average is of, like I said, 5 or 6 other departments that are already doing it. So
in this pilot program, then, and these questions come from questions that I've had from other people. So presumably, we're running a pilot program, and then we'll assess and see if it's financially, if it's fiscally responsible, and then we can say, you know what, it didn't work, or it worked. Yeah. So how?
It'll work.
Well, let's just.
It'll work.
So
trust me.
I do, but I want to kind of have this out in the space so that we can talk about, so that I can have a good conversation with a number of people who've said, like, wait a minute, how is this gonna flesh out? So is that fair to say that this pilot stage is a pilot? So we're going to see how it goes. And so if we see in, I guess it's, whatever, 6 months or 7 months that this isn't working, then we wouldn't move this forward. Is that how that works?
We'll have to vet it out at that time, but I'm not worried about it. Like I stated, it's going to work. It's going to be a good thing for our community. We're going to help other departments in this county bring this forward. And
I trust that you believe that, but I just leave it at that. I trust that you believe that.
Here's a letter from the Alamrata Coast Guard backing us up. Here's a letter from Representative Mooney. Deepest gratitude for Representative Mello.
What I'm looking for is those letters from other fire departments that say we are actively initiating a program so that when there's an on-the-water emergency at the Long Key Bridge, then we have this interconnected system so that person can be attended to, right? Because because that's what makes sense in this island chain, right? Are those letters that I'm not seeing?
there are letters in your agenda packet from Key Largo EMS, Ocean Reef, Orca Association, Marathon Fire Rescue, and Monroe County Fire Rescue as well. Keep in mind, they're not up to where we're at yet. They still have to wait for the appropriations and order the boat. So when they get to that point, we're all going to share information when the appropriations come in on boat specs and all that. Keep in mind, what works for Ocean Reef won't work for Cudjoe. The demographics and the water are just different down there, so they'll need a different boat for their response down there. So we're looking at multiple options for boats and specifications that'll fit the demographics of that area. And then they'll be begging me to go over what John Quick and his company has already reviewed to make sure they're sound SOPs so that we can move forward and make this happen.
All right, Chief.
So what I think is, what Elizabeth is missing is sort of what I was also missing. And now hearing you talk, I did not know that you have spent time with other organizations who do this on the water as well. And so that's probably what I'm guessing she's missing, because I was wondering, do we work with Key Largo? Do we work with Ocean Reef? Do you guys, like, the boat you have is not capable of going up on flats? I know that. So do they have a boat that can? Can we work together? That's what I think I'm looking for, that you have done the research, the time spent with other municipalities in our area that are doing this as well. And we can build, sort of like the transit with Richard, is build a better system once we all get on board. Is that basically?
Correct. I've coordinated with every department down here. I've also, when I had EM training on the West Coast, on my way back from there, I stopped by 3 other departments on the West Coast, took tours of their boats, went out with them. You know, I've picked their brains. I've talked to multiple chiefs. I'm like, hey, what works, what doesn't? Because if they screwed up, I'm going to learn from their mess up. I'm not going to do it again here. So, you know, what works, what doesn't. If it doesn't work, I'm not going to try it.
Chief, didn't you? There was a chief that came here and spoke to us of either Collier or Lee County from Fort Myers.
He's the chief of Yosepa Island, so his entire department works off of 2 boats.
My buddy that's the mayor, Kevin Anderson for Fort Myers, they got multiple boats over there, what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, all right, so we got a motion and we got a second. Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Yes. Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. June, we got there.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, so let's see here. We are on tab 10.
Actually, there's a motion before tab 10. It's not a tab.
Okay.
It's a request from the clerk, motion to amend the November Village Council meeting schedule to hold the regular Village Council meeting on November 19th, 2024, and the Land Use Council meeting on November 21st, 2024.
Okay. All right, let me see. You know what, John? I didn't look at my thing. I was just going off the tab X, tab Y.
If I could just ask.
Sure, Y got pulled, right?
That's correct. Why you guys previously moved that to the Thursday meeting?
Okay.
Is the effect of this motion to allow the new council that will be seated after the election to have some time to be acclimated to their new their new position?
Yeah, I was going to turn it over to Marnie, but the intent was to have, well, I'll turn it over to Marnie without.
Yes, the intent is to have the new council be able to take their seats after the election is certified. So we will be doing our council orientation at some point between Election Day and that first meeting.
So what is Election Day?
Election Day is Tuesday, November 5th. The election is certified 10 days later on the Friday, the November 15th at about 4:30 after the Supervisor of Elections has had the 10 days to get in any additional overseas ballots and tabulate them.
It's my recollection that the new council officially takes over the moment they are sworn in. Is that accurate, or am I off base there?
They can't get sworn in until when? December, John? Our charter says? Or?
No, that's the December one is the election of the mayor. So they can get sworn in once the election results are certified. And then our charter, when it talks about the election of the mayor and the vice mayor, effectively puts it into December because it says it's the first Tuesday or the first regular meeting after the fourth Tuesday of November or something like that.
I just want to know, for those who are not running for re-election, when they might be off duty. What date is that?
The effect of this would make October, unless there were special council meetings in between that were added. The effect of this would make the October regular council meetings your last meetings if there's anyone who's not running.
Kind of like early release, is that what we're talking about?
Correct, although you would still not be able to talk to each other about village business because you would technically still be on the council until your successor's sworn in.
Yes, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Public comment, do we have anybody signed up for public comment, Marnie, for this?
No, but let me check Zoom.
Okay.
No, we don't.
All right, so with that, public comment is now closed. Council, any discussion? If there's no further discussion, do I hear a motion?
Move for approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Yes. Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, now we are on the tab.
What's the date again?
Yeah,
November 19th and 21st. November.
November 19th and the 21st. Okay. Okay, so Chief, you're back again. So quick. Does John need to read the resolution?
Well, it's not a resolution, just a motion, but it's a motion request for authorization for the village manager to enter into a letter of intent for the purchase of a 2025 Freightliner M2 plus cab and chassis.
So again, as John just stated, it's signing a letter of intent with ETR, Emergency Tactical Rescues. That's who we procure our rescues from. We operate out of 3 stations here, Alamrada proper and Lower Matt. We typically have a reserve truck in case one of the trucks goes down for maintenance or due to a breakage for whatever reason. We're currently in our reserve truck, and our frontline truck for here in Plantation Key is actually dead. It has got some serious motor issues. Talking to our mechanic and talking to some diesel mechanics up the road, the repair bill for a maybe fix is starting at 30, could top out as high as 70. That's not the fiscally responsible thing to do, so we're taking that truck out of service. What we're going to do is order a chassis. That's the letter of intent that you guys see in front of you. The reason we need that with the weird timing is because if we get the letter of intent before the 15th, then we can put our order in and have it built in the first 3 months of calendar year 25. Once we get the chassis in built from Freightliner, we will flatbed our broke down rescue up to Sanford, which is where the ETR is. They will pull the box off of the back of the broke down chassis, drop it on the new truck, give it a polish, a squirt, new paint job, update it, and all that good stuff. We save about a year and a half on build time, and we also save about $200,000. I would love to do this all the time. Typically, we're utilizing all of our rescues at all the time. Unfortunately, this one is broke, so it gives us this unfortunate option to try to utilize this cost savings and time savings ability. That being said, we currently do not have a backup reserve truck, so I have a verbal agreement with the chief of Key Largo and with the chief of Marathon. So if something goes down for a long term, more than a few hours for maintenance or an oil change or something, that I can borrow one of their trucks. So if you happen to see a Marathon black and green or a Key Largo white fire truck running lights and sirens in the village, it might be because one of my trucks unfortunately has gone down, and I've pulled that favor with another chief throughout the county. So
Chief, I just have a crazy question, but can you, they can rent garbage trucks or they can rent specialty trucks. Is there anything in the field that if we had an emergency that we could rent something for 6 months, or not really?
not really. What they would be is a truck that they've purchased from another department, i.e. they bought a new one, so they traded one in or something of that nature. They don't really like to do the whole rental plan. Okay. It's a pain with all the licensing with Department of Health and all that for the ACLS licensing and all that good stuff. It's
all right, that's okay.
More loopholes than you really want to jump through.
Thinking out of the box.
No, I trust me, I thought of that, and I thought of buying a one off the internet, find a rescue, but then I'm like, I'm wasting money when, right. I can rob Peter to pay Paul, steal something from Key Largo for the day or Marathon. So.
Okay. All right. Council, any other questions? All right. Marnie, did I already ask for public comment?
You did not, but we don't have any.
Okay. All right. Public comment is now closed. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. We got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please, Marnie.
I'm sorry, I was listening to Chief. Who made the motion?
Henry made the motion, Councilman Gregg second.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Henry Rosenthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg,
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney, and Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Chief.
Mayor and council, just as a Mayor and council,
Move
just
what?
as a reminder, there's only one item that's being continued to Thursday. That's tab Y. It'll be continued Thursday, May 9th at 5:30 p.m. here at Founders Park Community Center at 8700 Overseas Highway.
Okay, so if we have not anything further, does anybody,
Yep, I will. Let's go home.
okay? You can use it, yeah, you can, yeah. All right, so meeting adjourned then, huh? Henry, you want to go home, so.
Go on.